When the rain falls down and storm clouds crowd around us, and when the darkness comes to steal my light, gotta shine my light, shine so bright. Be strong in the Lord, don't let them kill us. Stay in the spirit.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High is gathering Israel. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar of the Gathering of Christ Church here. Another week live before you brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Most High God of the Hebrews, the God of Israel, for your participation, for your continual support in this work. I hope that the Most High is hedging and protecting your family as we go into another serious year, okay? And of course, our New Year's start in March. Purim is coming up next month. That's the day we do, in respect of the Most High saving us during the time our foreparents were living under the Persian rule and was saved by the Almighty, okay? He sent in Mordecai, he sent in Sister Esther, who made a decree to get rid of Esau, who was seeking to depopulate us through legislation. Does that sound familiar? Oh, that's right, folks. Haman the Agagite was an Edomite. If he was living today, he would be a modern day European. He would be a Roman. Okay? Now, there's nothing wrong with someone. No one has a choice of who they are coming into the earth. So this is not an indictment on all white people, but it so happened that most people don't know that Haman the Agagite was an Edomite. He was a white man who gained political status and became an advisor for the Persian king. He had a plan to use a census to number our people while we were in Persia, Iran. Okay, part of the diaspora who went into Iran. And he had a plan to actually do what? Count us up, a census first, so that he could now level our people, utterly destroy our people. Now that he understood the number of our people through the census, he paid mercenaries who would come in and eventually destroy us until the Most High intervened with Sister Esther. She married the king, and Haman and his sons were put down. Esau does the same thing over and over and over again. It's about population. He numbers us. He tried to do whatever he can to make sure that we don't outnumber him. So they can have what? The priority when it comes to the majority in war. And that leads us to our broadcast today. And that's the day we actually give gifts. In February, go to gatheringofchrist.org, look on Holy Days, and you'll see the Holy Day Purim. You'll see the Holy Day Purim. Go to Holy Days, you'll see the date there. That's the day you give gifts to your loved ones, okay? No longer do our people celebrate Christmas. Once the Most High got rid of the enemy during the time of Esther, what happened? You got it. We began to give gifts one to another, and it became what? A memorial that we would do amongst our people throughout the generations, remembering when the Most High saved us in that from the hands of Esau. All right. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about. We have some pandemic talk. Today. How has life changed for you and for others and all around you since the pandemic is the question. How has life changed since the pandemic? Folks, I'm going to need you to like, share, and subscribe. Share this with everyone you know. This might be one of the more important broadcasts to date. And on top of that, I'm going to open it up not just for the phone calls, but Zoom this evening, if it be the Most High's will. Okay? So please hit the like button. We have some talk tonight, some conversation. How has life changed since the pandemic? Now, I'm going to go into the political landscape where we were years ago, leading into when the world shut down. Why? Because I see some familiar patterns. And if you don't see them, as watchmen, we must divulge the similar patterns, what to look for, right? Most people have no idea, but we're doing it today. Hit the like button. How has life changed since the pandemic is our broadcast. Hit the like button. I'll be right back. Hold tight. Hit the like button. All right. Let's go. Okay. Thank you for waiting. I don't need any interruptions. Let's jump right in. How has life changed since the pandemic? Let's go. One moment. Before I bring Elder Lawyer in, let me go over a few things. Now, why am I going over this? Well, it's not just prophetic because we're going to use the Bible and show you. There's a few tricks. No, let me scratch that. No tricks. There's a few patterns that lead our people into engaging against ourselves politically. But we don't recognize it because it comes through misdirection. Usually an attack on our emotions to get us off kilter, not realizing we're being directed into a decision. Okay? So usually it starts with disrupting our people emotionally, only to misdirect and to lead us once we're unstable into a decision. Now, one thing about the powers that be, brothers and sisters, listen to me good. They have always had an interest in how we live, our culture in particular. And it didn't just start with us here in America. During the time of Alexander the Greek, when the Greeks were in position, okay, a little after Alexander's death, the Greeks had an interest in our culture, and this is why our wise men or our high diplomats made an agreement with them. Of course, you had to pay tribute and respect to the powers whom the Most High set up. In order for them to understand our culture, our laws, we agreed to have our particular Hebrew Old Testament translated into the Greek. It's called the Septuagint. Septuagint, depends on how you would like to pronounce it. It's called the Septuagint. And through that Old Testament translation in Greek, folks, which is actually older, one of the older translations you can find of the Old Testament, right? We did this, right, as a political means with with a government who was prophesied to rule for a time, so that they could understand our existence, how we operate, what we do, whatever the case might be, so that there would be some mutual respect for our sovereignty. But all of the Grecians politically didn't have that in mind, right? They seen our laws and they understood I would say the special and particular way we did things. Some was envious of it. Some resented us because we deemed heathenistic customs as less than. And others looked at it as a way of knowing how our people operate in order to weaponize our culture against us. Folks, this is why history is so important, right? They find out what we love and do what? Make what we love illegal, right? They find out what we eat, and then they'll promote unclean heathenistic foods, right? On to us, right? So let's dive right in. I'm a little late. I apologize for the tardiness. So let's dive right in. How has life changed since the pandemic, right? So we have to understand the patterns that led to everything shutting down and how it affected our people in particular. Right? It affected everyone, but just like the Bible, everything starts with God's people. And we must see it from that angle first. Right? Let's go. In 2019, there was a movie that reappeared, that resurfaced. The movie was filmed actually around 2012 and it resurfaced. The Central Park Five. In June 19, 2019, CNN, let me show you here. Let me go here. Let me show you. CNN ran this story, right? Now we know CNN is a particularly liberal, right? A liberal. Everything that's wrong in the earth, CNN promotes, right? But I digress. They started talking about this this Central Park 5, right? Netflix picked it up and it became this big thing. 2019, how Trump was one of the, I would say, bulldogs behind convicting some innocent black men, black young boys. No justice for black. Now, folks, let me make it clear. These people don't care about us. All right. So all in all, right on schedule before the election year, they pull a story out from when Trump was a real estate tycoon in New York. 30 years later, here's where the Central Park 5 are now, right? It became a big deal out of nowhere. Our people discussing what? The racist Donald Trump. Right? I'm going to show you where we're going here. All of a sudden, there's a care for some people the world forgot about. All of a sudden, there's some people out there who care about some black boys. And we all know, listen, I know being a black man and a black young man, you are targeted. Okay. Now we're not running around saying, woe is me. Listen, it's best to understand the environment we were born in so that we could do what? Understand, operate, but still excel. So I'm not looking for no sympathy here, right? But all I'm saying is, why strategically would they bring out this story as if they care about black boys, right? It became a big thing now, right? The Central Park 5. And then 2020. Now don't forget, this is an election year. George Floyd, I can't breathe. And what better way to get everyone on board emotionally? What better way than to have a quote? His last words was mama. I can't breathe. Mama. Right? Now, see, I've always seen the patterns every couple of years leading up to election. So I'm not emotionally moved by any of this stuff. Because when the cameras are off, when there's not a political agenda, man, our people are suffering, are being destroyed and all of that. And you know what? No one says anything. How many babies that we know that haven't even made it into this world? And I'm going to talk about that because if those babies lived, we would be the vast majority. So don't tell me you care about some black man. And I want y'all to see how centered this picture is. How perfectly centered this picture is. Of course, it would infuriate anyone, right? Especially our people. But why all of a sudden they care about our people if it isn't politically driven? I'm going to show you. Let's keep on going. Next. Riots. Right? Riots all over the place. An emotionally triggered United States of America, divided racially, at the same time running into an election. coming. Now, during all this time, when all this is going on, eventually down the line, keep in mind when the election started moving, you barely seen Biden because I guess they were afraid to put him before people. And they had Kamala and others speaking at press conferences. This is the first time in my life within 4 years, all my life, that you don't see for almost 4 years the president before the news conferences. Y'all notice that? But I digress. They trigger our people understanding that we're overly emotional through one man dying. And at the same time, the same liberal CNN and all that push agendas where it's okay for us to get rid of our own children. I need y'all to, now let's weigh this. Even though this is all wrong, all of this is wrong, let's not even talk about the story. Let's talk about the political impact it has on your emotions. Hit the like button, folks. We're going in. Leading up to the election, out of nowhere, after the world have gone through all this chaos, military in major cities, right? Tent cities conveniently set up everywhere. There's riots, right? Now, who knows what people are being moved in certain demographics, but it so happened that where the tent cities were when the riots happened would be the same areas that would impact the election down the line. Who were these people in these tents, all in Center City and in the parks of these major cities that would actually impact the election? They use Black Lives Matter, which is led and connected to an LGBTQ establishment. And they use some black women as front people to trigger our people into what? Riots and all these others. And when things weren't destroyed enough, you had some even white people in mass conveniently throwing Molotov cocktails. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we hear from the news, we hear that there's what? There's a disease that's wreaking havoc in Wuhan, China. Last thing we thought, folks, is that it would end up predominantly where our people live. And that it would affect us more so than a more congested country and cities. The cities of China are immensely congested. So if there was something breaking out that was viral that could destroy a lot of people, you would think it would have did more damage there. Right? Out of nowhere, Trump stands up and he introduces us to someone. We were told, hold up, let me remind you folks, because I'm showing you where we're going. We were told initially that we were to stay in our homes for 2 days. Who remember that? Who remember when they said, just to keep things calm, just to make sure that we're not spreading anything, just in case? We were hearing about isolated cases in one city or in another city, not anything, too concerning. But in respect of our health and our fellow citizens, right? We thought that, 2 days isn't a big deal. Right? Y'all remember that? They said 2 days. Then it went into a week. And then it went into a month. In the midst of that, in order to operate, they said, well, okay, we want to lighten up, but we need some tests. Remember that? And then even if you're not exhibiting symptoms, you could still be carrying it as asymptomatic with no symptoms at all. And then your job, the employer started pressuring people, right? Y'all remember that? So I want y'all to hear this real quick. This is when Trump first introduced Fauci, fair use. And then I'm just going over a few things so that you can understand patterns. Already, our people, the world is what? The world is under stress. Our people in particular, the stress of George Floyd, the psychological impact that Central Park 5 had on us. And then who's the center of all this? The president of the United States, who's up for election. Right? And then and then here it is, as the scriptures said, there's no rest now. We're going from one thing to the next, like 2 Baruch states. And then you mean to tell me we have to deal with this? Only to hear what? One signal coming from the news, internet, and everything on what to do. Right? Now, the unfortunate thing about not going out and interacting with people is if you're not interacting with people, you're not trading natural bacteria. Right? So if I'm not around people, we're not sharing bacteria. So if I do come down with something, it'll probably be serious because I've been secluded so long. Right? But then Donald Trump handed over the press conference to unelected authority. So instead of hearing the president under an emergency scenario, these people now holds president. No pun intended. They hold the authority of the office under emergency scenarios. So obviously there's a component outside of the president when there's an emergency that has more power when it comes to leading and keeping the people safe. Right? So let's hear a little bit of this. Let's hear a little bit. Fair use for educational use only. Shalom, Elder. How are you?
Shalom, sir. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I am blessed by the Almighty. I just wanted to make sure your sound was good. Hold on. Let me turn it up just a little bit. Just a little bit. All right. All right. Let's go. All right. Let's do it. So let's hear it. Check 1, 2. Let's hear it.
Let me turn things over to Dr. Tony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease at NIH. Thank you very much, Dr. Fauci.
Now, this is for educational and religious use only, okay? Educational and religious use because this is prophetic. So the president is in the back and he's turning things over. Here's the first press conference where the world has been turned over to this guy you see coming in right here. Right?
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I want to first again, as the entire team feels, to extend our sympathies to the family of the individual who expired as a result of this particular virus and this particular disease. But I also want to underscore and emphasize the points that the Secretary made about what is evolving here. You've heard of the terminology community spread. Well, community spread is when you have infection in the community.
Okay, for some reason, this particular video isn't working. That's deep.
Let me turn things over to Dr. Tony Fauci.
This is interesting. All right. Interesting. 1 second, folks. See what I can do here. One moment. One moment. One moment. One moment. That was interesting. Continue without scanning. All right. All right, we're going to try that again. NHI immunologist Fauci update. Okay. We're going to try that again.
Let me turn things over to Dr. Tony.
All right, we're going to try that again. All right. Yeah. Good. We're going to just hear a little bit of this, okay? Fair use. I just want you to remember how emotionally unstable people were leading up to this whole election, right? Right? Now, this is on top of everything else we're stressed with as a people, right? A president that has now been deemed racist leading up to an election. A once beloved man amongst our people has now become the enemy because what? Because of the Central Park 5, where they pull out some information to incinerate, to emotionally destabilize our people, right? Then the George Floyd thing happens, right? Riots all over the place. And out of nowhere, here we go again.
Tony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease at NIH.
Hope you all can hear this.
Dr. Fauci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I want to first again, as the entire team feels, to extend our sympathies to the family of the individual who expired as a result of this particular virus and this particular disease. But I also want to underscore and emphasize the points that the Secretary made about what is evolving here. You've heard
What is evolving here? Now, at this time, all of television, folks, is focused right here. The world is afraid of some disease that popped up out of Wuhan, China.
of the terminology community spread. Well, community spread is when you have infection in the community in which you don't have a direct link to a known index case. That really challenges us with something that we need to do and that we do very well. The state and local health authorities, in collaboration with the CDC, would need to identify, isolate, and contact trace. And that's what's going on right here in the country. With regard to the particular area that's involved now in Washington, the country as a whole, because we get asked that all the time, still remains at low risk. But when we say that,
Fair use. Now, at this time, the country as a whole remains at low risk. You know, all of us, right? Even though I had a different perspective the whole time. The whole world released a sigh to hear we're at low risk right now.
that we want to underscore that this is an evolving situation. And in real time, we will keep you appraised of what is going on just the same way as that we are doing it today. So how do you address this new challenge? There's what we do from within and what we do from without. I hearken back to the original decision that was made by the president of making sure that we knew the scenario that was going on in China. We prevented travel from China to the United States. If we had not done that, we would have had many, many more cases right here.
Now, all of this, folks, we have to take his word for it, okay? I'm not here to determine his honesty or this. I don't care about none of that. He is who he is, but we must take everything he's saying as you know, at its face value, okay?
That we would have to be dealing with. So in that spirit, the approach is going to be, as we address this challenge, which is going to evolve by the day and by the week, to do what was just mentioned, to try and keep our citizens from going to places that are active infection, and to
Okay, under emergency, restrict travel, okay? Now, mind you, folks, under the Constitution, the right to travel is a right. But obviously, if there's an emergency, it takes away that constitutional right. Just remember that. Right? Now, it so happened, you know, all due respect to anyone else, I was exercising my constitutional right the whole time. And I had the whole road to myself, and it was beautiful. I came back unscathed, right? I needed to see what was going on out there, because to stay isolated in a house, not going anywhere, I was at the behest of the sound waves or the media waves giving me the understanding of the, you know, of what was going on from the outside of my home. Right? I had to at least go around and understand, well, okay, you know, there was nothing that was harming me. So I'm like, well, okay, I was able to measure what was going on from the media and measure it with my everyday existence by going out and saying hello to whoever was out there. Right? But I digress. Some of you were scared to the degree where, you know, you lock yourself in the home. Hey, you had the right to do that. You were scared. Let's go.
Prevent places where there are active infection to necessarily easily get here. That's the getting it from without to within. From within, we will very aggressively do the kind of public health measures that would hopefully contain this. But as we say this, we need to prepare for further challenges, and we will have them. You will hear about additional cases that will be coming on. You should not be surprised by that, but to realize that that is something that is anticipated when you get community spread. So when you have cases throughout the world, the way we're seeing now, South Korea, Italy, Iran, and places like that.
Now, these reports were coming from institutions, hospitals. Right? Now, we all know that hospitals now are more privately controlled. Right?
The United States cannot be completely immune to that. The challenge is how we deal with it. And I can assure you all the resources that are necessary are going to be put into dealing with what we see evolving right now. And again, we'd be happy to answer any questions later, but Bob.
A couple of questions for Dr. Fauci about some particulars about the virus. Dr. Fauci, what do you now understand about the morbidity? I mean, the Secretary refers to medically fragile people. Are you confident that if you're a relatively healthy young person, that this will not be fatal for you?
Okay. So the number in our country currently is low. But when you look at the pattern, it seems to be following the experiences that others have had. It's never 100%. If you look at the totality of the...
Now, he was saying mobility, right? As far as how many, like, who can die within the demographics of the citizenry, right? Within the demographics, who could die through this? Who's more at risk, in a nutshell? They told us outright, the aged, the elderly. Now think about this. In the midst of an already unstable country, who look at the news more so than any other people in the United States? I'm talking about mainstream news. Our people, the young don't even look at TV anymore like that. But who still look at the old television shows and are plastered Their eyes, until the time they get up, it's plastered on the screen. The seniors. The seniors. Now think about this. The country is already unstable. And mom, our grandmothers, our grandfathers are told they must stay secluded, and they are a threat if they are around their own children and grandchildren. Can you imagine the mental anguish, the stress? The only thing that gives a grandparent peace is family. Can you imagine the psychological trauma on a grandmother or grandfather saying, baby, my grandchildren don't come around me. Y'all can't come around me because I don't want to, Can you imagine that? So this is high stress, not just on the family, but you can't even see your grandmother, your grandfather. Your own family has become the plague. You remember that?
Cases that have been reported, particularly from China.
Listen, I have to remind you, because when I told you all, when they open back up, people are going to forget. And if you forget, you're not going to be prepared for the next thing. And the next thing is here. It's already here. You stick around. I'm going to show you.
About 75 to 80% of them would do really quite well. They would just sort of like a bad flu or a cold. You get anywhere from 15 to 20 some odd percent who are going to go on to require advanced medical care, hospitalization, possibly intensive care. For the most part, the people who get in trouble and ultimately, tragically, would die from this are people who are elderly and or have underlying conditions.
Now listen to the underlying conditions, and someone tell me what people suffer from these conditions more so than any other demographic within the United States.
Heart disease, chronic lung disease, diabetes, obesity because of the difficulty in breathing back and forth. However,
right there, the whole situation changed from Wuhan, China, to who? To where? To our doorsteps. Right there. What people suffer these things more so than anyone else? Huh? And none of us thought anything concerning this, on how this whole campaign would eventually settle on the poor. We didn't even think about it. No longer is this Wuhan, China. It's who?
Tragically would die from this are people who are elderly and or have underlying conditions. Heart disease, chronic lung disease, diabetes, obesity because of the difficulty in breathing.
Who been getting diagnosed with diabetes around here? High blood pressure and others? Huh? Bear with me, because I'm showing you where this is going.
Breathing back and forth. However, every once in a while, you're going to...
So we were based on this conversation here, folks, we were the most what? Susceptible demographic out of the whole United States from the gate. From the gate, we were the most susceptible demographic. Now, keep in mind, there wasn't enough data out there because this is something new, but I don't know how he could know that, this without enough data in at this time. But obviously he understood that where our people lived and what the health issues we deal with would make us the more susceptible demographic to die from this. See? The morbidity, right? Death. Listen here.
going to see a one-off. You're going to see a 25-year-old person who looks otherwise well that's going to get seriously ill. But the vast majority of the people who get into trouble do have these underlying conditions. And that's why it confuses people, because they say, well, you just said that, and then there's a report of a 40-year-old physician from China who died. That's going to happen. That happens with influenza. Most of the time, influenza kills people.
Now, see that? Folks, I said, let me go back and get the first press conference, because a lot of people miss this. He said, yeah, people have been dying like this through influenza. Right?
Who are advanced age and underlying conditions. But you hear in the media every once in a while, a college student would get infected and ultimately die. But the majority is in that risk group.
And one more technical question.
Yes.
Have you determined whether there are any variants of this virus so that a person who...
Man, this guy got the right questions in place, don't he? Oh, yeah, he come right back with, is there any other variants? Variants? We haven't even adjusted to the first one, right?
may have gotten it and then gotten over it could get it again.
No, there's no indication that that's going on at all. If this virus acts like other viruses, which I have no reason to believe it won't, once
Okay, he know how viruses act.
you've gotten infected and recovered, you're not going to get infected with the same virus.
Okay.
Things over to
All right. So it was turned over to who? The President of the United States, right? The President of the United States handed it over to Fauci, right? Now, what happens? You all know what happens. Now, like I said, if you don't know history, you'll be doomed. You'll be doomed to repeat it, right? So there's patterns here. How has life changed since the pandemic? Are we falling into some of the same patterns? And if so, we need to recognize it, right? What patterns? For those who just came, hit the like button. It started off in 2019 where they put before us an old story when Trump was a real estate tycoon, a false rape allegation, EPAR allegation. You two don't like that word. EPAR spelled backwards scenario where 5 innocent young black men were falsely accused and incarcerated. So the sentiment swung from a likable Trump to a racist Trump, right? So they just pulled this out of nowhere when I know they don't care about black men. I mean, just ask Biden. The 1994 crime bill that led to many of us dying in jail after 3 strikes and all that. I came up during the crack epidemic. Okay, they had the 3-strike law. Him and Bill Clinton, Ronald Reagan before them. The 1994 crime bill that got many of our young boys put in jail for even a few nickel bags of marijuana or a vial of crack cocaine. And right now there's drug dispensaries everywhere within the United States for marijuana. And I remember our people getting locked up for it. Biden did that. Okay. Now, they pulled this out of their orifices, this story, so to trigger our people in 2019 politically. And at the same time, after that, George Floyd. Everything is about race now. There's always a police black man story to trigger us even more. And he hollered mama, his last words, right? Remember that they made sure to say that, right? Then out of nowhere, the pandemic comes, running into an election. And then right after the election, right? And don't forget, there was tent cities all over the place, riots going on, certain people were being moved into certain areas under the dark of night while everyone was home. A lot of movement politically going on with people, right? And then there was a question on the legitimacy of the election, because instead of people going out to vote, they had mail-in ballots. All right. And then right after, don't forget, Biden says, listen, I'm going to have the black people's back. And right after, the first thing Biden signed into law, it had nothing to do with George Floyd. It had nothing to do with protecting those boys who went to jail and the people who look like him under the Central Park Five. There was no hate crime bill for us and our people or reparations for our people. The first thing he signed in was Biden signs the anti-Asian hate crime legislation. Hold up. Something is wrong here. Something is seriously wrong. How do we get from this hate crime with a brother dying to the first drafted legislation against hate for Asians? So did they trigger us emotionally in all this? To only side with those who have always drafted legislation to destroy us? That's just a question. I don't know if y'all remember that. Right? Let's go to the next one. Now, how will they do it this time? Let's go. Out of nowhere, here's stories of when you hear about Mississippi, you think about what? Mississippi hangings. Right on cue, the race emotional psychological attacks has begun through the media. Families in disbelief after hundreds of bodies found buried behind Mississippi jail. Now, this is a sad story. But 150 people, you would have thought, you think they just found out about this? Huh? Now, what are we waiting for? And this is very sad, and I do believe it's exactly what they're saying it is. People getting rid of our people behind this Mississippi jail. Some of our people are going up missing. Who knows? It can be ritualistic sacrifice. It could be a ground for ritualistic sacrifice burials. Who knows? But it's convenient, right on schedule, almost to the same time before an election 3 years ago, folks, with the Central Park Five. What I'm looking for is for them to have a police connection to this, so to roll out the same narrative, police against black men or black people's script before an election. Right? So if they're presenting this story, understand that there could be a political angle to it that's going to cause mental and what? Psychological distress on us going into an election year like it was, like it happened before. Next. And then, right on schedule, first we have the racial thing that can be utilized running into the election. We may hear about it near the summer and all these others. Out of nowhere, CBS News. World leaders are gathering to discuss Disease X. Here's what to know about the hypothetical pandemic. Now, of course, Fauci has retired, so I'm waiting to see who they roll out next. It wouldn't surprise me if it's a black woman. How they're running into things right now and how they're using that, because I'm looking at most of the advertisements for getting our people to do certain things medically. And all of a sudden, the majority of the posters and all that I see around are black doctors who are women, black women as doctors on the majority of their marketing material. So I'm going to keep my eye on that to see if they roll out a black woman in place of Fauci. Okay, I'm going to look into that. I'm keeping my eye on that. Probably no one from amongst the ranks of our people, but who knows? But let me tell you, here's the pattern now. And right on cue, right? Right on cue, just like years ago when there was tent cities and all these people were just conveniently already in the areas where there was tents during the riots. They had tents down there, Center City, Philadelphia, up there in Atlanta. Just a bunch of looked like foreigners that were homeless people and all that out there in tents, conveniently there for the elections. Right? So in the midst of this, folks, I think that the powers that be realize that we can't be as easily persuaded into things emotionally. That we're looking at all of these stories they're putting out with a side eye now. So when these people come in, they must be preparing for something with the new people, knowing that they can no longer sway us, not those who could see anyway, politically through emotions. So conveniently, fair use, y'all need to hear this from Eyewitness News when it comes to immigrants. Millions of them coming into the country, right? Now, the angle I'm looking for, it may take a little while. Who knows whether or not we'll see if these people are coming in unchecked, who only have to state that they are seeking asylum. Is it possible that the news story when Trump get in position again, that he can pass the buck to the Biden side and say, well, listen, it wasn't my fault. He let people in and they came in with sicknesses. So to what? Absolve himself, but still he would have to do something like he did before he left office. Is it possible that they can pass the buck the same way the liberal cities are passing the bucks to the Texas governor concerning migrants? Could it be, hit that like button, folks, could it be that they're going to pass the buck when the Republicans win to claim he had no power? It was the liberals, it was these cities who allowed these people in, and they brought in something, and now the cities are under some level of threat sickness. Let me put it that way. Possibility, just throwing some ideas out there. Possibility, just asking a question. But guess what, folks? We don't got to ask the question about this. Listen to what's going on in the United States. Fair use, educational, and religious purposes only am I using this for. Bye. All right, here we go. Immigrants enlisting, in the U.S. military.
The Army and Air Force are looking to immigrants to overcome recruiting shortfalls. They've ramped up their marketing, including on social media, to entice legal immigrants to enlist. They're also using recruiters with similar backgrounds to appeal to potential recruits. But the biggest draw for migrants is the promise of a fast track to citizenship, plus jobs and education benefits.
A fast track to citizenship. Remember, brothers and sisters, they told us years ago when Biden first got into office, they started using our people in the neighborhood to say that we need to pass new voting laws because the Republicans are using voter suppression to make us believe that our people were getting restricted or being restricted from actually voting. And even under Barack Obama, that showed us that that was a straight farce. Many of us came out to vote. There was never a situation that would stop us from voting unless we didn't want to. But they started convincing our people, yeah, we need to change the voting laws where people can easily just vote or get citizenship because the Republicans are suppressing black people. Remember that? Why did they want to make the voting requirements less restrictive or lenient? It wasn't for us. They always use us as the crash dummy. Again,
they've ramped up their marketing, including on social media, to entice legal immigrants to enlist. They're also using recruiters with similar backgrounds to appeal to potential recruits.
Now,
but the biggest draw for migrants...
Now, folks, this is all the liberal Biden administration.
...is the promise of a fast track to citizenship, plus jobs and education benefits.
Hold up. What benefits? Fast track to citizenship and what? Hold up.
But the biggest draw for migrants is the promise of a fast track to citizenship.
A fast track to citizenship.
Plus jobs and...
Plus jobs? Plus jobs when our people... Hold up. What about the people or the brothers who look like the Central Park Five? Where are their jobs? Where are those jobs for them? Okay, y'all get the jobs, even though our people built the country. You get the hate crime bill, even though you were elected under a... you were elected because our people were incinerated against Trump, the racist. And therefore, he promised us some protection, but give Asians a hate crime bill. And if it wasn't for the hate crime of George Floyd, he would not have gotten office. Right? And then on top of that, take your taxpayers' money.
A fast track to citizenship.
Fast track to citizenship.
Plus jobs and education benefits.
Plus job and education benefits, which means, Elder, this is deep. Biden promised our sisters who have more debt than any other people who have gone to school. He promised them what? Student debt relief. That's why a lot of our sisters came out. They're going to get free education, folks. Free education with no debt loans. I already looked it up. No debt loans.
Fits. Both the Army and the Air Force have said they will not meet their recruiting goals this year.
Okay, what else we have here? What else we have here? A job fair in Chicago.
Refugee job fair started 2 hours ago, and the turnout has been great, as you can tell by how many people are in this room. Many of the refugees arrived hours before the event started, determined to take advantage of all the opportunities available here. Now, nearly 500 refugees from Venezuela, Afghanistan.
Folks, what are you seeing here? Does this not look like they are orchestrating a race war? What happens when you corner someone? When you take away their right to earn with no food? There's only one recourse or outcome they have created. Now imagine in the midst of all this with no jobs or nothing, because this is one of the reasons we decided to take their solution to keep jobs. Right? Now suppose they roll this stuff out again. And now they already have the replacements to take the jobs. See? So automatically our people going to realize we've been double crossed. And here lies the issue that comes with why they have so many people that won't look like us in the military to come into the cities when our people began to realize we were bamboozled. It's almost like having a foreign army. A foreign army on friendly soil. Think about that. So to do an end around on posse comitatus. No one can have a standing army against their citizens. Well, suppose these people are citizens of somewhere else and are sworn in and have no emotional ties to the people they'll be militarizing against.
Pakistan and Ukraine have registered and showed up to the job
What
fair
people?
at the Misericordia home.
What people?
Hi, Dina and Pat. Well, the Hire a Refugee
use.
job fair started 2 hours ago, and the turnout has been great, as you can tell by how many people are in this room. Many of the refugees arrived hours before the event started, determined to take advantage of all the opportunities available here. Now, nearly 500 refugees from Venezuela, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Ukraine have registered and showed up to the job fair at the Misericordia home. With the help of interpreters, refugees are meeting with dozens of representatives in healthcare, manufacturing, hospitality.
Hold up. Afghanistan's and Pakistan? I thought America was at war with Afghanistan. Remember they told us that, folks? Remember they told us that they were going into Afghanistan for war. Afghanistanis, Pakistanis.
Refugees are meeting with dozens of
Ukraine.
representatives in healthcare, manufacturing, hospitality, logistics, and many more. More than 400 vacancies are available, and these companies are committed to hiring and providing them needed support to succeed in the workplace.
Now, I need y'all to see,
logistics
folks,
and many
check this
more.
out.
More than 400 vacancies are available, and
Now, as you can see, it's our people in certain political positions processing them. It's okay. He got a job, right? So they are cutting some people into the money who's willing to betray their own citizenry or people.
these companies are committed to hiring and providing them needed support to succeed in the workplace. This event is not just about finding them a job, it's also assisting them to get their degrees accredited, financial advising, providing
Listen to this.
information on government benefits. And
Hold up. Government benefits? Who taxpayers' money? Who's paying for this? The people they're replacing.
in language classes. One of the organizers is
Oh, yeah. They haven't told you already, but the schools, the churches, all these things that have been made obsolete during the so-called pandemic will be utilized as as transitional institutions to transition these people into society. Isn't that convenient? To make it where everyone is used to learning from home, right? A job at home so that they can use these particular buildings in the same cities that they're going to replace people as facilities for transitioning. Man.
A refugee from Afghanistan who
What a
says he
plan.
relates to the struggle of starting from scratch in a new country and the importance
We need to relieve the struggle that comes with starting from scratch.
of these resources.
Because what I have been through, I don't want other refugees go through. It is very difficult, it's very tough. Until you don't experience, you don't know.
The job fair is
You cannot make this up, right? Thank you. I had to pull this out. My brother Phil Scott, go support his channel, because there's one thing in particular that happened the other day in Chicago. Listen to this.
What's even more offensive about this video,
Right.
more though than he just came. This is
Listen-
what happens
listen.
when you give these.
A sister says, go back across the border, right? You see how they triggering either side? And listen.
No more money for you.
He said, no more money for you. No more money for you. Listen.
No more money for you.
Folks, are they orchestrating a race war? No more money. Who told him that the money they're receiving was money allocated for our people who built this country in chattel slavery? Someone, hey, folks, the announcement went out that we're not giving you anything from ourselves, okay? We're going to give the money of the children of Israel, the black people in America. You're coming to take their piece of the pie. You don't have to worry about any debt. You don't have to worry about paying anything. Just help us in a line, help us against them.
Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye. Go back across the No more money for you.
No more money for you. No more money. So what are the governments telling them on their way here before they get here? This is why I believe that they are strategically being placed where we are living or used to live. It depends on how the pandemic thing panned out for you with your choices. No more money for you.
It's lazy, you lazy.
You are lazy. You're lazy. You are lazy. Huh?
No more money for you. It's lazy, you lazy.
What are they being told? What are they getting told before coming here? Hey, folks, this is what it looks like when Pharaoh says, build brick, make brick without straw. You want to talk about reparations? You want to talk about financially being repaired for all the death and destruction we've done against you? I tell you, we're going to one up. We're going to give it to everyone else to come in to destroy you. That's your reparations. I thank the Most High for this truth. I thank the Most High for the knowledge of what I'm seeing so I can actually be able to what? Resolve all of this without what? Getting incinerated. Because if I do so, then I can be played by these same people who focus on controlling through emotions. Because why? Why is he here? He's here because the same satanic structure destabilized his country. This is dog eat dog. He's a victim too, which is unfortunate. Right? He says, what? Let's play it again. Play it one more again for those who missed it.
You working. No more money for you. Bye bye. Go back across the No more money for you. It's lazy.
You lazy. You lazy.
Wild folks. This is the Ramada Inn in San Diego, Mission Valley. Bus full of migrants.
Hit the like
just
button.
Arrived.
Ramada Inn. Who's being processed? I showed this Saturday. Look at this.
Is this open for business?
Look at all the people being processed. Federal and tax money where they're paying for these hotels. These luxury hotels, you know, these luxury hotels and these other hotels are charging hands over fists to allow these people to occupy their hotels. Now, why are they willing to do this? Since the advent of Airbnbs, a lot of hotels have been suffering. Right? Since the advent of Airbnbs, a lot of hotels aren't making the money they used to make. In order to stay in business, they must try to do what? New creative ways of occupying these rooms. The federal government conveniently say, well, listen, you got the rooms. I need to transfer the replacements for the American citizens. And if you do this on your rooms, I'm going to pay you federal money on these rooms. More than you would get for a regular occupant. And folks, this is nothing new. After World War II, when the United States the UN and the UK, actually, Britain, under the Balfour Agreement, gave the Jews a state in America, in the Middle East, which we call the state of Israel today. It happened similar to this. They were letting everyone, Ukrainians and everyone wasn't a Jew who came over, who went into Israel. It was a lot of Eastern Europeans who went over there and eventually began to have anchor babies to grow a citizenry for the state of Israel. So it's not about these people more so than the children they'll have. At the same time, they're telling our sisters to do what? To do what? Your body, your choice.
There goes the bus. It's leaving.
Now, an elder lawyer, before I go into the scriptures, I'm going to open this up very soon, but I want to go into the scriptures in a moment.
Yes, sir.
Where even Christ says that there shall be nation against nation. Let's read that real quick.
Yes, sir.
So what I like to do is show the political landscape to prove that these scriptures are right on. Right? A lot of us read these scriptures, don't understand politically on how these prophecies are coming to pass. And Christ said, listen, these are the signs of the end. Now, the enemy must orchestrate this stuff against us. He have no choice. And a lot of people say, why? This is wrong. Why are they doing this? Folks, they're losing power. They're losing power. When our people started realizing that we were the children of Israel, understand that that's a paradigm change. It's one thing to believe that you're predisposed to serving other people. It's one thing to believe you were born to be less than other people. You'll easily take a servitude role. Right? So what are they going to do when the people realize they weren't meant to serve in a country that can only run if someone volunteer for the slave role? This country was built on slavery. That's what capitalism is. You got to have the bottom so that the rich can measure themselves from it. Well, what happens when the bottom realizes we were really meant to be the head? See? You notice the guy said, oh, the lawyer, you lazy, because that's what's being put out there. But what's really going on is a paradigm shift of a people who realize that we weren't born to serve anyone. And that if we're going to benefit you, we're going to have to talk about those numbers equitably, fairly. And that's there. And the powers that be is hearing a different language from us when it comes to those finances, something they've never heard before. Where it's like, nah, I'm not paying you to break me off. Okay. I'll do you. I'm going to use my talent. And guess what? With my talent, I'll decide what you get. That's a different language, a lawyer. They've never heard people say that before. So what they're telling these other people that they've made third world in other countries they've destroyed through war, they're telling them, we need somebody to come over here and do these jobs over here because these people cost too much. They realized they weren't born to serve. A matter of fact, they're out there telling people that they're the Israelites. They're the Jews. That the earth will one day belong to them. How can we get them to agree to minimum wage? If we began to give them everything they're asking for, then eventually there'll be some level of equality there. And I won't have them to measure myself from. Right? If I'm fair to them, then they may one day excel me. So they have no choice, folks. What you're looking at is war. When you think of war, you think shoot 'em up, bang, bang. Wars are fought on many fronts. Let's read it, Elder Lawyer, real quick. Matthew 24. Let's get it. Let me grab it here.
Yes, sir.
Let's start at the first verse, if you will. Christ talked about this, right? And I'm going to tell you, it's strategic how they did this too. Because they didn't totally dismantle and use the letter scenario to destroy the churches. They let the women overrun the churches in our community, knowing that without men, it would one day cease to exist. And now that all these churches and all these institutions will become facilities for what? That's right. Institutions to transition your replacements. You have churches out there that couldn't even open back up after the pandemic. The pandemic ruined the church. Many of them. After they closed, because guess what, folks? That's right. Churches were on the ropes already outside of mega churches. They were running on fumes. So now we're starting to realize even back then what was being set up for now. in order for you to bring in all these people, guess what, folks? They had to make room. They had to make room. And I'll let you decide how that happened. Right? Let's read, Elder Lawyer, Matthew 24. Let's start at the first verse.
Yes, sir. Matthew 24, verse number 1. And Yeshua went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to show him the buildings of the temple. And Yeshua said unto them, See ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down.
And what was Christ prophesying right here? The fall of our homeland, Jerusalem. 70 AD. Vespasian and Titus sacked Jerusalem. Our people we were the only people left. The northern kingdom was already dispersed, with the majority of them being here, living here in the New World, before the Vatican discovered them. Okay? These were the 10 tribes. They weren't savages, nothing. They were the 12 tribes of Israel. They were 10 tribes. We were the remnant still left in Jerusalem until this prophecy. Christ had to come first. Because why? He had to establish a ministry in the earth, an understanding in the earth that would one day awaken the children of Israel. And after Christ came and was crucified, and then through the Spirit, he took full power of that realm we call Hades or hell, to release the souls on the day of resurrection. And when he went and shed his blood on the heavenly tables, it was done. It was only a matter of time before our people would begin to wake up. And we're here now. Right? So the disciples started asking Christ questions. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Verse 3. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming?
What shall be the sign of thy coming?
And of the end of the world.
Now, when it says the end of the world, the earth is going to be here. This world is speaking of is eon or society. This is Esau's world. They tell you that in 2nd Esdras 6, 8, and 9. Right? And we're going to go there in a moment. So when it says the end of the world is going to be here, folks. When you hear them say that they have to, what's that initiative they have? When they talk of sustainability.
What is it? Something 2030.
Yeah. But it's sustainability they putting out there, that we must do something about the population, or the earth or the world will discontinue or cease to exist. That's a lie. The earth will always be here. The world that they're claiming will cease to exist is their world. Speaking of their power. So when they say sustainability, they're talking about sustaining their power. Right? At our expense. What they're saying, the more our people begin to understand and grow, it's a threat to their what? Their authority. So when you hear sustainability, the earth is this, we must lower the numbers. They have to lower the numbers because they're losing when it comes to population. So sustainability for them is talking more so of power than it is of whether or not the earth will continue. The Bible tells you the earth will continue. So understand, when you buy into this sustainability, what you're buying into. You're buying into what? You got it. The depopulation of God's people. Right? Let's get it real quick to show you what it means by this world real quick, Elder Lawyer, using the precepts, right? Let's go real quick. Let's go to 2nd Esdras 6 and 8.
Yes,
right?
sir. 2nd Esdras 6 and 8.
Let's read it.
And he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him,
read.
Jacob's hand held first the hill of Esau.
Jacob's hand held first the hill of Esau. Read.
For Esau is the end of the world.
He's the what?
For Esau is the end of the world.
Esau, the Romans, and I'm going into who is Edom this coming Sunday. He's the end of the world, and that's in the academy. Read.
And Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth.
So the end of Esau's world is the beginning of Jacob's world. So when they talk sustainability, it's not talking about the earth is hurting, something is going to happen to the earth. It's speaking of their dominion. So the world right now is being ran and controlled by Esau. So who would be ruling at the end of the world according to this prophecy? Edomites. See that? Edomites. So now let's go back real quick, if you will. Let's go back to Matthew 24 again.
Yes, sir. Matthew 24, verse 3.
Read.
And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world?
The end of Esau's empire. That's what Christ was talking about there. Who was ruling during the time of Christ and the disciples? The Romans. So what they were asking Christ in essence is, when will it be our turn in prophecy? When will you bring forth our rule? Right? Read the 4th verse.
Yes, sir. Verse 4. And Yeshua answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you.
Take heed that no man deceive you. He was tipping our people off to the Romans, who would come in after the fall of Jerusalem and switch everything up. Right? They would make you believe that they're the people of Christ, that Christ looked like them. Christ was them. See? Now that there's no one to argue the point, now that our people in slavery, they have now taken our name. Right? They have taken our name. And it says, take heed that no man deceive you. And they came with a new Christ that no one knew about before our people were destroyed. They came with a new Christ. Telling you, yeah, Christ tell you can do what you want. All right, you can just sin and just say, you covered by the blood, like your boy T.D. Jakes. T.D. Jakes came out of the lawyer and said, all I got to do is just accept the blood. And then he said, even if I did it, I'm covered by the blood. Huh? The Bible says, confess your faults one to another, lest you can be healed. Yes, Christ can forgive everything. But of course, will you admit the fault? And then if you admit the fault, then you have to what? You have to understand the gravity of that particular sin. Okay. I don't know what it is. I don't know what maybe it's just an abomination. I don't know what a power bottom is. Right? I don't think the scriptures can go into those gory details, but all in all, I don't know if a power bottom is fit. Right? To be able to operate, especially if you have two sons that are operating on the other side of things too. Right? If you got two sons that are operating on the other side of the fence here, we have to start questioning your parental skills, let alone the authority it takes to actually convey the word of God.
Right.
He answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you. Read.
For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many.
Come on. And you shall hear of what?
And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars.
That's what we're hearing now. See? When you hear them claiming that they're going to bring in who? They're going to bring in strangers from another country with probably all types of, uncomely backgrounds to swear in to defend the country. That's a war. Okay? You can have an enemy in friendly uniform. Now think about if a country is seeking to undermine or infiltrate America. What is it for them what can stop them from actually sending in their own pieces of their own army to enlist? They're not asking any questions to these people from these people coming over the border. What's to stop the enemy from taking a large number of their own military and have them enlist in America's army right now? That's a war. It seems like this so-called asylum, migrant, whatever you call it, it looks like one big Trojan horse. One big Trojan horse. And you shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled. Read.
For all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet.
But the end is not yet. What's next?
For nation shall rise against nation.
Race against race.
And kingdom against kingdom.
Kingdom against kingdom.
And there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places.
And it says, but these are what, Elder Lawyer?
All these are the beginning of sorrows.
All these are the beginning of sorrows. It seems, Elder Lawyer, as if our people who claim to believe in Christ all up in these churches and all that have been duped. Right? And you know what have duped our people? Right? They were able to play on our emotions, knowing that we are a caring and forgiving people. And they have weaponized that against us. Oh, yeah. Y'all remember this? Let me pull you in, Elder Lawyer, right here. 2019, out of nowhere, 30 years later, here's where the Central Park Five are now. Central Park Five, 5 black boys. All of a sudden, a story comes out of nowhere to bring light to the racist Trump. They claim he raped a white woman. This have all the telltale signs of an emotional trigger. White woman lied on a black man. Black boys. Black boys are suffering. Right? It has all the telltale signs of one big trigger. George Floyd. Mama. Right? Mama. I can't breathe. And what we didn't know is this was seeding our psychology for something that was coming that would actually have those same hashtags on either side of that particular phrase. They were seeding us with a phrase that would be relevant a few months later. I can't breathe. Right? Only to after that totally disrespect our people who came out emotionally triggered to get this man in office for him to sign an anti-Asian hate crime bill. When we were told that the disease came from Wuhan, China. What hate are they experiencing? When he came, he was put in position based off of emotionally triggering us to believe that he wasn't the racist, that Trump was. Right? Let's make this clear now, Elder Lawyer. The disease comes from Wuhan, China, which is a threat to the American citizens. Only for after all this to go down, for him to sign a bill to protect Asian people? Interesting, isn't it? After using our emotional vote. And here they go again. Families in disbelief after hundreds of bodies found buried behind Mississippi jail. And I'm looking for them to attach some police to this as a dumping ground for black people. Right? And what you have to look at, folks, what you have to look at, now I look at these things. By who? By Karina Cuevas and Amna Nawas. Why is Karina Cuevas and Amna Nawaz, which is East Indian, why are they so concerned about what happened to black people buried behind a prison? Because you know why? Because when we get triggered here are the black and brown people who are going to benefit. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Let me click on her real quick. There she go. East Indian. Sort of like Kamala a little bit, right? Now, why are they propping up political stories that would incinerate black people? Because they don't have enough numbers as a constituency to keep Biden in office. So they must use us as test dummies by triggering our emotions in order for them to gain power, status, finances, in order for them to get everything our people died and fought for. They must use our political numbers. So now they're doing the same thing. It's a Central Park 5 on steroids. Yeah, we found some black people buried behind a prison, and let's now tidy it up by connecting it to some white police. Get ready for it, y'all. And at the same time, on cue, as it was 3 years ago, they're coming with what? World leaders are getting together to discuss disease X. Here's what to know about the hypothetical pandemic. And folks, Christ said what? Elder Lawyer, let's read this. Matthew 5:22, and I'm going to turn it over to the people because we need to have some of these questions answered. Folks, they're throwing everything at the wall. And guess what? If there's no spiritual intervention, no one on earth would be left, not even them. They're on a suicide mission. Why? Because they're losing power. So Christ really quantified all the things that will be going down in the earth in order for these same people, the Roman Empire, to keep power. They'd be causing misdirection, wars, and just using other people as pawns to destabilize the awakening so that they can keep power, even at their own peril. Matthew 5:22. Read that, Elder Lawyer. And accept.
Matthew 24, verse 22.
Yes.
And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved.
Not even them, folks. If the Most High didn't cut their time short, they wouldn't even make it. Because I don't know what so-called fallen angel or demon told them that they're going to be able to live on the outside of this earth. Elon Musk must have lied to them. Folks, there is no other place to be. Listen, you're not going to take your space junk out in heaven. It's not going to happen. But they've been convinced that they can destroy this and live someplace else. And that's the only reason they're willing to go through with this. They know that these plans that they have to destroy us can eventually and will eventually destroy the world. They don't care. They're looking at their birth rates and all that. Even Biden said that when he was elected, that we're going to become the minority. Why do you care about that if we're all equal and that it's all equitable and doesn't matter what race we are or what color we are. Isn't that what you tell us? So why care that your birth rates are plummeted? Because it's been a lie the whole time. And what's going on? We see what's going on. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. They'll destroy everything, the whole earth, before they allow this prophecy to go forth where Jacob, their little brother, gained power. They'll destroy the earth first. And that's why God says he must intervene. But what?
But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened.
But for the elect's sake, a very choice few who is willing to stand on code in righteousness, for that small number of brothers and sisters who's willing to stand on God, he'll save the world. And he'll cut Esau's time short to do so. That's Christ. Now you see why these people hate Christ? Christ. And guess what, folks? Moses was great. Moses was fantastic. Christ is greater. Everything he rolled out, Elder Lawyer, is going down right now. They're throwing everything at the wall and hope. And guess what, folks? This is for what they're doing, these big job fairs and all these people. They're doing this for self-preservation. They have to do it. What happens when a people come to the understanding that we weren't born to serve other people? Then they're going to look at it and they're going to say, well, who's going to serve? Who's going to prop our country up? Who's going to work for nothing so that we can always gain a profit? Now, when they thought they was Ham, Gentiles, when they thought that we were the chosen people, they were willing to work for crumbs. Now they're asking us for half of our treasury. They're asking us for reparations, and the reparations are due to these people. See? Understand how they work. They're looking at, to them, it's dollars and cents too. And to the degree they're telling these other people they're lazy. Nah. What we're looking at is what you did for the Japanese when you put them in internment camps. We've been here longer than them. We're looking at the money you're giving to Ukraine. We got enough sense to understand that we mean more to this world and this country than the Ukrainians. We're looking at what you're doing to Israel and giving money over there. And they have a standing army with missiles. And we're saying, well, we suffered way longer than something that happened in the 1930s and 40s. And we're starting to look at, and the math isn't mathing, and our people are now saying, well, hold up. It's time to talk. And on top of now speaking right now, strictly not off of emotions, they used to trigger us off of emotions, speaking on the level that the world can understand, that's a threat to them. Especially when our people realize that we are from the lost tribes of Israel. And they really don't like that one, Elder Lawyer. You know why? Because what? The paperwork is out there on what someone who claims to be an Israelite get when it comes to finances. So when you look at dollars and cents, okay, if you're going to give Israelis all this money, how much more should you give an Israelite? Okay, the paperwork is out there on how much you get if you of Israel, right? So we're going to talk about this today, right? Here's some of the questions I'm posing, Elder Lawyer, right? Let me put it out there real quick, right? Number one, the majority of us were emotionally invested and really blindsided dealing with something we've never experienced before with the earth getting shut down. If you listen to the news and the news only, there was serious psychological trauma going on. Having deal with the world shutting down and not realizing whether or not it would ever open. Do y'all remember? Do y'all remember that? What have you noticed different on this side of the pandemic compared to before the world shut down? That's the first question. Second question. What would you do different? What would you do different if it happened again? Just two questions. We're going to leave it there. They're running the same script politically to get our people emotionally triggered over race. They're running the same script. So I have to ask, what have you noticed? I'm not going to stare you. You can go anywhere you want with this, right? Within the boundaries of keeping this channel. Because I didn't even go into the solution they had that would allow everything to open up. You notice I don't have to. What have you noticed differently around you, or whatever the case is now, than before the earth shut down? What would you do different now? What would you do different if the same thing happened again? Now, 515-605-9327. And if this doesn't work right, it's okay. I have a Zoom open for those who would like the Zoom option, okay? I'll call you right back, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
And again, week 3 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy, please come in. Please come into the academy. Boy, it's good too. We have the news like you've never seen before, where we give you a biblical perspective through all the news. They come out with something and we'll let you know what they're really saying, okay? With Shabbat, it's not like any other news geopolitically on the earth right now. And there's a lot of people who do a good job out there when it comes to just revealing things, like Alex Jones and others. And this is not to speak anything negative. He does a great job in at least bringing forth information that the mainstream won't cover. Even redacted, they do a great job. But I'm gonna tell you, rarely do you see news with a biblical perspective with it that can give you the inside baseball on what they're thinking to do next. And you can only understand what they're going to do next if you're able to pull out a news article or whatever and see where it fits politically and, above all, prophetically. And that's what the Academy does. We have the news, the Hebrew 101, learn our language, and some of the best lessons you could ever be a part of when it comes to these lessons. 3 full months. We're only in week 4. If you come in, we'll give you all the other lessons you've missed and the news and all that with the Hebrew. And we have 2 months to go. And best believe something may go down within before this academy is done. So you want to be there because, hey, I heard there's some talk out there with something, unfolding through news-wise, something unfolding news-wise after the Super Bowl. After the Super Bowl, we'll put that out there. We're going to talk about that later. 515-605-9327. Let me call in.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Elder Lawyer, you back? Oh, Elder Lawyer, you back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's up to you whether or not you want to bring in your video, or you can just stay with the audio. That's fine. Okay, let me, okay.
Unmuted.
I'm unmuted?
Unmuted. Okay,
I'm unmuted. Okay. All right, let's go. We have Karen has a comment, and we're going to just try to stick within these two particular, because, I'm curious to know, right? Especially for those who are really new concerning this teaching. They had everyone out there emotionally invested, and it seemed like they were controlling people, right? Through invisible strings by triggering people through fear and emotion. Okay, with race and all of that, right? What have you noticed different in the earth after they opened up? How's the world changed from before the earth shut down for you? Give me some insight on that. And the second one, what would you do different if they rolled out the same scenario again? Let's bring people in. Karen has a comment. Yes, Karen. Let me pull her in.
Sir, how are you?
How you doing, Karen? Bless you.
I'm blessed. I'm with the DMV body, and what I have noticed, sir, is that that there's more crime, there's more lawlessness, and people are still planning like everything's just going to go on as normal, of course.
Well, when you say crime, of course, in the inner city where we came up, there was always crime. But how is this out of the norm compared to what we seen coming up? Like, give me some examples of more crime. What do you mean?
More crime, like carjacking, more kids are committing crimes that that are just more heinous. You've got a lot of domestic killings, large amounts of people being killed at one time, and all over the country, actually, which I think is just it's just people are just not the love of many has waxed cold, and it just seems like everyone's out for themselves. That's what I've noticed. I mean, it's actually a bit scary. The one thing that I noticed that have changed a lot since after the pandemic is the fact that I live in a suburban neighborhood, and I was like one of the first people that moved into this new community. Been living here over 7 years now. And at first, it was, Caucasians, and you had your blacks. But now, the whole neighborhood is foreigners, East Indians, Africans, Afghans. I mean, the whole neighborhood is just it's taken over. I mean, you see them now and walking down the sidewalks and everything. That's what I've noticed in my neighborhood. And the other thing, what was the other question that you said?
Well, the first one was, what would you do different? What would you do differently compared to what happened before, when it was just the shock of it all? What would you do different now? What would you do different now if it happened the same way?
I would not be fearful. I would not be as fearful as I was before. I had fear initially, but once, just leaning on the Most High, continue to go to the church and being under the leadership of GOCC, it really helped me not be afraid. So that's one huge thing. I would also reach out to my family members to let them know, what this really was. A lot of my family members regretted taking, the medicine.
The juice.
Because
we call it the juice around here.
The juice.
Go ahead.
Juice, because, hindsight 2020, they're like, in everything you said, Elder, that was their excuse. My job, made me do it,
Hey, sister, I need it's like on that point, though. You see how when you do things out of fear, and at the end of the day, what you were trying to protect, you will lose anyway. Everyone was doing it for their jobs, and that's what I wanted to show, the irony in this. Now, you did it for your job, but now all these people they're bringing in is to take your jobs anyway.
Exactly.
Right? That's the irony of it. But go on.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and then, just looking at, what's going on in New York and Chicago and all these people coming here and they're expecting, stuff that, that we never even got. We never, ever got any of, somebody give us $3,000 to come to it. We, as a people.
Yeah.
They are our brothers, yes, but, it just seems like a setup to me. Something's not right.
Yeah, it's not right, but we're in a good place now. Someone just said, and that's I'm glad. Who's that? Big Jer Face 78 made a good point. He said, Big Jerk Face 78. I don't like the name, but he want to call himself that. He says, I would be more vocal. And that was a good point. It seemed like everyone was scared.
I would too. I think I would too.
Yeah, everyone was afraid to say what was on their mind. And no, you can't. You can't let the world silence you in a time such as this. And when this is going to change everything, right? So thank you.
Sir.
One other thing here.
Agree. I agree. Because
one other point I wanted to bring out here. Matter of fact, I'll say it on the other end. Thank you, sister. I'm gonna place you on hold. Okay.
Yes, the Tawana, Elder, and I am in the Hebrew Bible Academy, and I thank you and Elder Lawyer, and all the other elders for all you do to keep everyone righteous. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you, sister, and bless you. Bless you. One thing that I wanted to point out, Elder Lawyer, when it says the love of many shall wax cold, I seen an article that I'm going to use at the roundtable discussion we have in the academy when it comes to relationships, right? And an article in White Papers, and they talk about this, the volatility that comes when the number of marriages begin to come down within a society. The volatility of a society. Why? The majority of the caring to sustain a society comes from one's love of husband, wife, children, right?
Right.
This is why you're willing to protect a country, because your family lives there, right? So breaking up families, allowing marriages to be what they call that no-fault divorce, and to allow people to just mess around and just whatever the case is without any commitments and have children by other men and or vice versa, and a man having babies by everyone, but without marriage, the world becomes volatile because either person have lost that what you would call love spirit, and that love spirit is what is really what survives a nation. So it talks about that. When it says the love of many shall wax cold, what we didn't see, that love, it was actually, when you look at it and break it down, it was supposed to have been what it is with man and woman from the beginning. That particular love, without that love, it fractures a nation. It destroys societies. So we just look at it like, well, people are less patient than they used to be. People don't care like they used to. But marriage, tradition, and legacy gave what? Gave us reason. Reason, folks, to defend and to do what? And to keep a thriving society. It gave us purpose to fight. It gave us purpose to defend. Because we had something to defend for. We had a legacy that had to continue beyond us. But you take marriage away, the love of many wax cold. A man will do things that he would normally do because why? What I got to live for anyway? So they can rob, steal, or whatever. Because if anything go down, it's just me going down. I don't have nothing to live for, right? See, but that's what they had to do. They had to break man and woman apart. And that's when the love of many shall wax cold, because a woman, even without that inner life, she began to care different, which means it takes away her nurturing spirit. It takes away her as a nurturer, something to care for. And she become more stern, more hard. And men become incels. Men become what? Men become a danger to society. Because there's nothing to live for. There's no legacy. So when it says the love of many shall wax cold, it starts with what they've attacked. Man and woman. You understand? And what I want to do, Elder Lawyer, and I got some people reaching out, and I'm going to have Cynthia. I'm going to try to get Cynthia G on. I'm going to try to get another brother from the Passport Bros on. And it's going to be like for the first 15, 20 minutes, go. Why is it? What happened to us? This is where we were as a people. 80% married. We were the most respected people on earth, the most religious people on earth who believed in Christ, had a conscience. What happened? What happened? And I'll have either of them talk, and I'm not going to say anything. Go. Just go. Because I want to hear the grassroots of why they believe society have gone to where it is. And it probably be a little spat there, whatever, but I'm going to let it go. But then I'm going to bring some levity to it. I mean, are we scorned? Do we hate one another? And is this prophecy that two people who struggled in the belly of ships together, who needed one another to get through such times, is it prophecy that now we're sitting here, the children of those who haven't suffered any of what our forefathers had to go through, and now we're at odds with one another? What happened? What happened? And and above all, what would God want from us in the midst of us killing one another, publicly and otherwise? We're going to talk about that in that round table. I'm going to let them go. 15, 20 minutes. Just go ahead. Just say what you want to say about how bad men are. Man, say what you got to say about how bad women are. And guess what? I'm going to show you the army that's at the door, who's willing to come in a country with nothing, zero, but with their families intact. Let me show you some people who's willing to suffer, because it was that suffering that led us to such strength as a people. Jim Crow, chattel slavery, boy, all of that kept us together, understanding who we are, understanding the importance of each other, family, legacy, and all that, and understanding who the enemies were. And now you got another people that are suffering who's willing to deal with that suffering together and do what? They're willing to march on dangerous paths to find America with their families intact while we fighting one another. Because what? You got it, folks. That struggle is keeping people together. That struggle together is keeping them because there's a hope for something greater if they stick together. And that's what we've lost as a people. That's what America lost. Right? So I'm not going to be there to scorn someone. I'm not going to say, well, you right, you wrong. Go ahead, have it out. Now, what are you going to do about the enemy at the door? What are you going to do about getting fully financially decimated while they are paying other nations like mercenaries to do what? To dissolve us out of society. While you're arguing, while we're coming against one another, the replacements are here. What are we going to do about this? Right? Let's go down the line. Down the line, 224 area code.
Hey, Shalom, brother.
How you doing, sir? Your name?
This is Brother Jacob. Can you put it on pause?
Brother who?
Yes, sir. Brother Jacob.
Okay, Yaiquab, how are you? The floor is yours.
I'm all. Yes, sir. You said Eve was the first witch. Do you have any proof of this? Any books?
What, Eve was the first?
Yeah, the first witch.
When I say the first witch, you have to understand the tenets of a witch. The witch is one who would give the potion to the innocent. That's the definition of the original witch. And the witches, the witches in their records write that Eve was the first witch. And they used the poison apple as the I would say as the example of that, the poisoned apple, which was a way witches used to utilize and get rid of their enemies. But it wasn't an apple. We know it's not an apple. The witches use poison apples, but they used a poison apple to claim that this is what Eve utilized to take power. And really, that's what it's about. Feminists, the whole feminist movement is about taking power from the man. It's Eve empowered over Adam. This is how she took power.
Okay.
Right? So you would have to find that in usually the occult books, and I'm not here to refer people to those, but the witches will tell you Eve was the first witch. They'll brag about it.
So when they saying that, they saying she was the first woman to take power from men, or she was the first one to get the knowledge on how to do evil?
No, what they're framing is that she wasn't a self-proclaimed witch. Let me make that clear. Right? She wasn't self-proclaimed. She was sorry for hurting Adam, hurting herself.
Right.
Right? So it wasn't self-proclaimed. This is how witches are misusing what happened with Eve. Witches declare Eve because she was able to poison her man and take power. She's like what you would call, she's really she's like a model that's utilized for witches to take the power of men. Right? So she's a figure for that, being that Eve gave Adam the fruit first. Right? So she's more so a model. She wasn't self-proclaimed. She was sorry for this. But women who are witches aren't seeing it like that. Okay? They believe that she should have been empowered anyway over the man. These are men haters. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, when it says hatred between her and seed and thy seed, isn't that representative of Israel and the synagogue of Satan?
When it says in Genesis 3, and that is a good question. I just handled that in the academy. When it says put enmity between thy seed and the woman's seed, it was speaking of Satan's seed, the people who would actually side with him against the woman's seed, who are Israel. Like today, the serpent's seed would be Romans, the Vatican, the Romans.
Right.
They're his seed now. And speaking of the power structure of Rome, okay, they're his seed.
Right.
Right? Okay?
Yep.
Anything else?
And Israel just represents the 12 tribes of Israel or Judah?
When you say Israel, what are you speaking of? The 12 tribes? What are you speaking of in particular?
Yeah, I was wondering when it says his seed, thy seed, was that representative of us? Judah, or just the whole entire 12 tribes?
The woman seed is the 12 tribes of Israel. I don't know if you were in the lesson, the promised seed, but that promised seed, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and through that seed, it extended to the 12 tribes. So when you go into Revelations 12, it speaks of what? The woman, 12 stars with the sun and moon under her feet. So that the 12 tribes is the woman. The Bible states that.
Okay, gotcha.
The Bible states that Israel is the wife of the Almighty. He's the husband of the 12 tribes. So it's the 12 tribes who are the woman. When you look at Revelations 12.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, brother. Shalom, elder.
Shalom. Obviously, you're not in the academy, or you would have had that. Those questions were answered actually last week, but it's all good. You got it in detail. All right.
All right.
My brother.
All right.
Shalom. Hold on. All right. I'm going to see if I can, while I'm getting these calls together, I'm going to see if there's an option to drop the Zoom real quick. Hold on. See if there's an option to at least drop the Zoom. Okay, yeah. I'm connecting now. Hold on. Join with computer. All right. Let's see here. That's the speaker and microphone. All right, one moment. Test 1, 2. Okay, yes. All right, I do have Zoom, and I'm going to take a few more calls from Blog Talk, but we'll also have the Zoom option up in one moment. Okay, 1 second. Okay, I have that there. All right, 1 second. All right, we're going to take some Zoom calls and some more Blog Talk calls in a moment. I'll be back in 1 minute. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that he used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book. All right. And the truth. And the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. You are invited, my brothers and sisters. You are invited. Okay, let me drop the Zoom link here for those who would like to come in through Zoom. All right, we can talk about it. Of course, what we're going into today, for those who've missed it, okay, make sure you review the complete video in detail. How has life changed since the pandemic? Number one, what would you do different if it happened again? All right, that's number two, actually. What have you noticed different since they opened things up after the pandemic around you? What have you noticed different since then? Because I believe that we have all the telltale signs, the racial triggering and all these others running up to the election like it happened before. And eventually at the end of all of that, there was a sickness. So the question is, what have you noticed different since things opened up? And number two, what would you do different compared to how you operated in shock the first time? Okay, and let me specify and stress the first time. Okay, so, all right, I did open up the Zoom, so let's see here. And while I'm looking at Zoom, let me get a few more of these here. Cora has a comment. Shalom, Cora.
Shalom, Elder. Well, as an answer to the first question, I really haven't noticed anything different now that things have opened up back up, except the restrictions are gone. There's no more lines to get into the grocery store or any other stores, and you don't have to wear mask or anything. And
where do you live, Cora?
Again,
where do you live?
In Harlem.
You're in Harlem. So you probably didn't notice this more so than other people or other cities who aren't used to such diverse races and all that. But in Harlem, you don't see an inordinate number of foreigners in Harlem compared to times past.
Well, I've only been in Harlem a couple of years. I just moved to New York in 2011. Before that, I was living in St. Louis, and I noticed there was more polarity. In St. Louis, it was just more black and white. But when I came to New York, it was kind of a melding. There was black, and then Hispanics, and then whites, and it wasn't as polarized as it was back in St. Louis.
Okay, so you haven't seen much of a difference in Harlem.
No, the only thing I noticed in Harlem is well, a few years ago, before the pandemic, I said to my daughter, I said, I'm seeing too many white folks running around Harlem. Harlem is supposed to be a black neighborhood. And she said, she made mention of the same thing. But other than that, in the past year, since 2020, I haven't really noticed anything different.
Okay. All right. Well,
like I said,
okay. Well, let me ask you. Let me ask you the other question. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Initially, there was a great shock. Think about what happened during that time, and what would you do differently now that you know? Now that you've experienced it the first time, what would you do differently, if anything?
Well, I can't think of anything. I just followed the regulations, the rules of having to do what you have to do. Like you had to wear a mask on the bus. You had to wear a mask to get in the grocery stores. And
I know, but
like that.
What I'm asking is, think about what you did Listen to my question. What would you do differently? Or you would just do the same?
Well, differently. Well, doing the same. I would just follow all the regulations that you have to do. Now, I didn't particularly listen to everything they said, because when they said, don't go outside without a mask. Well, I wore the mask because you had to have it to get on the bus. But the minute I stepped off the bus and those doors closed, I didn't listen to what they said. I snatched that mask off and breathed God's good air walking all the way home from the bus stop.
Okay.
And they talk about stay in your house. Well, I went out in the backyard. I was living on Staten Island at the time. I went out in the backyard and got me some sunshine and my vitamin D and breathed God's good air.
Good for you.
I didn't sit in the house.
All right.
I didn't sit in the
Well,
house.
thank you, Cora. I'll see you on Patreon this Friday, okay?
Okay, sure will.
Thank you. Bless you. Bless you.
And in the academy.
Okay.
And in
Thank
the
you.
academy also.
Bless you. Bless you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
There goes Sister Cora. All right. I'm going to try this. Adam Malachi Israel. I'm going to let you in, and please, as you come in, Adam, I need you to make sure your audio is on. How you doing, Adam?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
Oh, praise to the Most High. I'm blessed and highly favored, Elder. How are you? I know you're great.
Do me a favor, because your phone is moving around.
Okay,
I need you to center yourself, or if you don't want the video, just cut the video off. But right now,
no
look,
problem.
Are you in a dark room, my brother?
Well, I'm actually in Israel, so it's actually about 5 in the morning here almost.
Okay.
I've been trying to catch you forever.
I need to see your face. So.
Okay, let me see. Let me see. I gotta turn.
What time of morning is it?
It's 4:18 over here. So as you can see.
What you doing in Israel?
I'm the first American asylum seeker in Israel, Elder.
Oh, okay.
I've been here 6 years now.
Okay, so you know the scriptures where it talks about they're going to leave that area and go into Kittim, right?
What's to that scripture about what you say I got going on?
What's going on is the people that are there that know what's happening, what's about to happen, will leave Israel. The 6 million is also a prophetic prophecy. Self-fulfilled.
Elder, what I wanted to do was share with you actually, it's a lot going on over here that, from the outside looking in, it's really not a truthful narrative. I've been in this land.
But listen to what I'm saying, I need to know that you're hearing and responding to what I'm saying so understand this. I ask you a question. I'd rather you answer that. And then if you want to talk about something else, I'll listen. Is that fine?
That's fine.
All right. Do you know the prophecy of them leaving Israel, the diplomats, because there's a war coming there? Do you know that prophecy?
Will you get that from Ezekiel?
Yes.
Yes, I'm familiar with that prophecy.
Okay, so if that prophecy go down, how are you going to navigate living in Israel when the diplomats are going to leave there, knowing that 6 million will probably die there in the war to come?
Well, that's what I wanted to tell you, Elder.
Okay. All right. Okay, you're answering that. Okay. All right. You can center yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't know that you can actually see me because I can't actually see you or whatnot. I didn't even know. It's my first time doing this. I've been trying to contact you for quite a long time. When I was in Chicago, I brought you a mathematical revelation according to the 364 time to show proof that the actual time is 364 according to a mathematical revelation that the Father showed the divine mathematical sequence that proves that. So I came here into the land of Israel seeking equal parts night and day to see that it was actually a physical event that you can actually observe. And so 6 years here in the land, I've been able to show that. So on my Facebook page, I've shown equal parts night and day here and the land according to the time as instructed.
Okay, brother, listen, because you're not under the.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm not going to go into. I don't want to expound on all that.
Brother, it's okay. Let me roll out the guidelines because I haven't done so. Okay, I never met you, right? And the last thing I'm going to do is allow this platform to become advertisement for something that might be against what we teach here.
Oh, that's fine, Elder. I'm sorry about that. I really wanted to just talk to you in private because I didn't want to get on your platform and to talk about a lot of things that you might not want to be heard publicly, because I've been trying to get to you for years, and I'm just so happy. I prayed to the Father to get through. I've been struggling Skyping. I've been downloading all these apps while you've been talking just to get this conversation. And for the first time, the Father let me get through.
Okay, so, if there's something you want to convey without some doctrinal spat here, what would you? I don't have no. No, I'm just saying it can come off that way. What I'm saying is, you're saying some 364, brother. We've been teaching the time and all that from the beginning. So if
you just hear me out, it'll be all good.
Okay.
All you got to do is, you see, I'm a brother of peace. I don't got no agenda. I don't got nothing.
All right, let's do this.
I got nothing but love, brother.
Let's do this. All right. I'm going to call this number, 215-253-4448.
You see, the problem is I can only call through WhatsApp. I'm over in Israel. I got an Israeli number, so I just had to scramble to get on this Zoom. That was the best option I had right now.
All right, let's do this. You send me an email, gatheringas1, 1 at AOL.com. Say that you're Adam Malachi Israel, and that you were on Zoom, and I'll call you tomorrow. What part of Israel are you in, brother? What part?
I'm right here in Eilat, over here on the border of Egypt and Jordan.
Okay. How far? Okay, I know where you are. And you said you've been out there for how long?
I've been here for 6 years now.
With who?
Myself.
Okay. And did you go over Jordan, or have you always been in Israel?
I've been in Israel the whole time. I visited Egypt, while I was here.
Not Egypt. I said Jordan.
No, I ain't been to Jordan at all.
What part of Egypt you visited?
I went through all of Egypt. I went all the way from Upper and Lower Egypt.
Okay. Are you by yourself, family? What?
Yeah, I'm by myself. I came here by myself. I didn't know I was going to end up staying here. I was just obedient to the Father, the way it all unfolded with this asylum thing that I saw. And I came back to tell everybody else about what I had saw here concerning seeking asylum in Israel. It was something that was going on 6 years ago.
Okay, so is it a financial benefit that they gave you to do asylum?
Yeah. It's a benefit like what y'all saying going on in America. I've been having that benefit here. I've been having a very divine sovereignty living in Israel by myself without no connection with the people from Dimona. In fact, you see they're going through a deportation situation with their status. And I'm over here with status, and I'm able to live, take care of myself. And I came with nothing.
Okay.
I came with just the clothes on my back, and I got everything, as you can see.
Okay.
I got my own.
Okay, so they did hook you up. So what are the requirements on your side?
All they did was give me status.
No, I'm talking from your side. What are they asking from you? Like these asylum seekers that are coming here to the United States, there's a requirement for them to actually take full advantage of the asylum status. What are they asking you to do over there?
Nothing. That's not how it goes. They ain't asking you to do nothing when you're an asylum seeker. You fleeing from your country or wherever you from for the fear of your life. So when you get the status, it's just basically for you to legally be able to be here. Now, I've been telling them I only speak on Facebook, but over here through the algorithms, through my social media and through TikToks, they've been advertising for people to come to America and saying that you can get jobs over there is low as a cleaning job for $35 an hour, and that they will get you a visa and that they will get you a place to stay. I've been telling people that you guys can't see this through your algorithm over there. This is an international thing that I'm seeing on my end.
So now we talking. What you're saying is because there's a block on certain things within the United States, we're not seeing the marketing to these individuals who are coming over. They can do a regular cleaning job and they're coming in the gate $35 an hour to clean.
Exactly.
Interesting.
This was not like this before. Even the Ethiopians, people here in Israel, couldn't just come over to America like that. They had to go through a whole situation with the government to try to get a visa and all that. Especially the Ethiopians, they would love to come over there. But now, all they have to do now is know somebody over there. They don't have to have no ties to you or nothing. All you have to do is say you know them. They you give them a name and an address, and you vouch for it, and that's all they need. And they can get a flight over there, and they can come to work now. That never happened. That just happened starting this year for them. But so my Ethiopian friends that I know, they're on their way to America.
That's deep. Well, I've been
trying to talk to you, Elder.
Okay.
I got a lot.
Hey,
I'm the one here in Israel with the true information what's going on in Israel.
How long? Let me ask you this: how long have you been following the church?
Elder, I've been following the church, I want to say, since 2008, since before Barack Obama was about to become president. During his election period, I've been aware about you. I've been following you. I only listen to you out of all the teachers amongst the elders. You know, I'm a man of God of my own, but I only listen to you. So I consider you my elder, even though we've never met, even though when we did meet, when I brought you the information that I brought you in Chicago, but I never been able to get in contact with you ever since. The Father put me on a divine journey. And I've only listened to you. I've seen I've met the other elders, Bishop Nathaniel and all of them. I brought all of them the information. I've at least came across to them and brought them the information. But I don't listen to their information particularly. I don't listen to them teach. I've only been able to listen to you and Elder Lawyer. So yeah, that's been the case since 2008.
Well, Adam, you my brother. So I apologize because sometimes I have to be a little guarded because I don't know from what angle people are coming, and there's so many people who trust this platform to be guided, and sometimes I'm a little overprotective there. So it's good. All right. So I'll tell you what, brother, I definitely want to talk to you because there's so many things that I would like to say to you that I can't say right here. All right, but I would like to do.
Likewise.
I would also like to do an interview with you, and
I would love to do so.
Okay, but we have to set it up. We have to talk about it. All I have to say to you, my brother, the asylum money is good right now, even from your side, but you're gonna have to plan to pivot.
We're gonna talk about it.
I'm gonna talk to you about the pivot. You don't have to pivot from too far from there, but you're gonna have to pivot. Because this war they're doing with Iran is gonna be toast over there, and they're willing to sacrifice you in it. And I'll talk to you about it.
You talk about it.
So what I'm saying is, grab what you can grab while you got it, but you need to be able to parlay it. And I'm gonna talk to you about that. You don't got to give me anything at all. I'm gonna tell you if you're gonna get something, this is where you gotta go to get it with what you have.
Well, I'm already rich, Elder. So the money ain't never been an option. It ain't never been an issue. It's been a divine calling for me. That's really been the situation the whole time. Okay. But we can talk about it.
We'll talk about it, my brother. But listen, it's good that you're rich, right? But the whole deal is toast is coming there. So we got to talk about you pivoting regardless of what you have. All right.
Well, I'm living by Psalms 91 over here, Elder. Right, I got videos of missiles flying over my head and people where they running, and I'm showing the video footage of it flying over my head. So I know that they're gonna hit and land but I'm gonna be watching on both sides of me why it happened. And they ain't gonna touch this man of God right here, Elder. I'm pretty confident in that.
Well, brother, listen, I know you have the faith, but hey, you know, one of the laws is you cannot tempt the Almighty. So I know you have faith.
It's all good.
I'm just saying.
We need to talk, Elder. We just need to talk.
We need to talk.
I just want to share with you the information the Father's given me. It's a wealth of information. I got a lot of experience. Like I say, when it comes down to Israel, I've been here in the land. I know the people. I've done things that none of our people have done. That even from Damona, they know who I am and what I've done. They think I'm a federal agent. They've accused me of working with the government because of what I've done here in the land.
Hey, listen.
Literally.
Hey, brother. Ain't the first time I heard that. Right now, we're really on the same part. Last I heard, I'm a CIA agent, right? Me and my whole family, right? So
when you don't got the Spirit of God on you, you can't discern a man of God, and that's the situation that I'm dealing with.
Listen,
here.
And my thing is, hey, if I'm working for the government, I'm doing a lousy job. I'll tell you.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you that's how I feel about it.
And listen. I should have been fired a long time ago.
Man,
can Satan cast out?
No justice.
Can Satan cast out Satan? Listen, brother, we're gonna talk. Go ahead. Send an email to me, gatheringas1 @AOL.com. You have my word. We have a conversation tomorrow, and you stay safe while you're there, brother. You stay safe there.
Gatheringas1 @AOL.com.
The number one.
Okay, number at AOL.com.
Adam Malachi Israel. Just title it that. I'm going to make sure I reach out to you. I'll find a way to get to you.
All right. I appreciate it, Elder. It's a blessing talking to you. Peace and blessing to the family, everybody. Have a peace and blessing.
Hey, look at this, boy. The Most High doing what he do, ain't it? Bless you, my brother.
Absolutely. I'm telling you.
And listen,
bless.
Let me tell you, I know the Most High has shown you some things, because I'm going to tell you this before you go. The closer you get to the east, the more insight comes spiritually. Like the calendar, all these things that we got is while we were near where you are. It's like we're closer to that spirit that, you know, that have always enlightened the children of Israel. Like it's like you're right there. And the information that comes is just, it resonates to a degree where you know it's true. You know it's right. So I know you on a journey, brother. I know the Most High have you, right? And I'm not going to doubt that, but there's a reason we're talking. All right?
Absolutely. I prayed for it to happen, and we're here. So the Father is working. He's doing some powerful things, Elder. We're going to talk about it. There's just a lot going on. And, you know, you won't understand it until we have a good conversation and talk about it.
All right. Well, bless you, brother. I'm going to speak to you tomorrow.
All right, Elder. Have a blessing.
Get ready.
Shalom.
I can't wait to see you. I believe.
Likewise.
I believe at the end of this, we're going to be side by side swinging swords.
I believe. I truly believe.
All right.
Just truly believe.
Yes, sir.
All right.
My brother. Bless
you. Bless you.
All right.
All right.
Look at that there. All right, you can let yourself out, brother, and I'll bring the next person in.
I'm trying to do it now. I never did it before. Did I just press leave or something?
No, I'll do it for you. Don't worry about it. I'll do it. Bless you. Oh man, ain't that something? So now, see how the Most High does this though? He give us some insight on the marketing that's leading to so many people just overrunning America. Internationally, I told y'all before, there's a bullhorn out there saying you can come to America and get anything you want. It's a fire sale. How many months I've been saying that? So now we see why these people are coming over. They're coming over, getting asylum. They can do a cleaning job that they would do for nothing in their country, $35 to $50 an hour. Who's not going to leave their country for that? But the question is where the money is coming from and who they're taking the money from. And you all know who that is, right? We're still a little thick in here. We're over 2,000. So, all right. Kayum has a comment.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Kayum. What say you?
Yeah, all praise to the Most High. Hiya, Elder.
Yes, sir.
Shoot, if you're an agent, Elder, your severance pay is on the way in the mail, and they're gonna say, "Listen, we don't need you to do this no more."
Let me tell you, boy. I'm like, Lord.
Yes,
hey, listen. They called Christ Beelzebub. So, you know, that's a few notches. I'm a few notches down from that. I'm CIA.
Yes. Yes, sir.
But go on. I'm listening.
Elder, what I noticed, yes, sir. What I noticed, well, it's been a lot of Gentiles from other countries in different places like Walmart asking for money, and you know what I mean, and they just you know what I mean, they just look like they're up to something. And then when people don't give them money, they get us like this look like they just like, I can't wait to do what they're gonna do to you, like, you know what I mean. They just have like this type of weird vibe they give.
So you said
Elder.
So you're noticing a negative disposition on some of these people that have shown up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's like they ask for money. Then when people don't give them none, they got this look in there, and you can just feel a spirit on them that they have some type of hate for just the people here. Period. No matter. You know what I mean? They just have a hate. And also, I noticed a lot of smoke shops. It's like even more so than what it was before. It's like it'd be like two in one area. So it's like, I guess they try to, you know what I mean, give some of the people something to comfort of what they, end up doing to themselves by not listening. Also, Elder, I noticed a lot of funny light poles, meaning the five things.
You talking about those purple lights? Those purple lights.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
Yes, sir. I noticed a lot of them. Yes, sir. And Elder, I know.
Now let me ask you this,
sir.
because you're telling me all you noticed, but I got to get right to it, right? I need to ask you because we got a lot of people lined up in a few videos too. Let me ask you. There was an initial shock when everything shut down. I don't know how long you've been in this, but when it all happened, many people were making decisions strictly off of fear, shock, jobs, whatever the case might be. Today, if it happened, what would you do differently compared to
Elder,
initially?
I would do the same thing. But I think I would have handled my anxiety a little bit better, because what happened with me is I was waiting to hear from the church. You know what I mean? I wasn't gonna make no moves, do nothing different than what I was doing by studying the word and listen and watching old videos. I was waiting for the church, but my anxiety was there because I was thinking like they're trying to kill us, and I was like, oh man! And I was remembering all the videos, even the videos with a young lawyer was young, you know what I mean, and with the Bible in his hand looking around. I remember them videos, Elder. I was like, man, Elder was saying this. Oh, they trying to kill us, and I'm like, man, where's Elder? Where's the church? And then y'all finally came with a broadcast, and Elder, the anxiety was gone.
Look at that.
You know what I mean? But I would do nothing different. I would just make sure I control my anxiety.
Exactly. No fear, no anxiety, just no overall. The Most High have it, right? So I'm glad. Believe it or not, I think the Most High that I was there to be, to some degree, a calming mechanism through all of that, right? In the midst of all the fear and all these others, to be used as a just a common component during that time of confusion that was out there, or indecision. I thank the Most High, because and not only that, what you didn't see, and I'm glad what you didn't see, and people were looking, at no time did you see us acquiesce. You didn't see a change in us, and you definitely didn't see fear in us, right? And privately, I even told the leaders, the bishops, deacons, and all that, privately, one-on-one. I'm like, everyone is looking to you in time of crisis, and they know when you're scared, right? And if you're scared, you may have different functions within the church, but that's not your function. If you're showing fear before the people, they're looking at you to be the stabilizer. They're not looking at you to run behind them. And if they see you're not all right, they will not be all right. And the example I can give people is the situation when Christ was on the ship and the disciples were afraid. The storm. And when you look at the time that it talks about, the hour that Christ actually got up and calmed things, it was 4 a.m. They was like, man, it was 4 a.m. Dark, lightning coming down, the thing tilting, water's all over the place. And Christ was in the corner asleep. And they says, Christ, you need to get up. We're going to die here. Right? And Christ looked at them and said, listen, what I'm going to do with you guys, man? What am I? Listen, you have to strengthen your faith. You got to be better than this. And he looked up and calmed the waters and calmed the storm. Right? And the example of that is what? Christ was showing the disciples. If you don't see me panic, you don't panic. If you see me here relaxing, and if you believe I am who the Most High sent here, then you should have been asleep right next to me. Okay? If you don't see me panic, you don't panic. There's too many people depending on leaders to guide them. Right? So I even spoke to the leaders, and there was even no question at all concerning whether or not we was going to follow politically what they were putting out there as a solution. That wasn't even on the table. Right? But you have the last word.
Okay, Elder, I wanted to say this. If you remember the movie Braveheart, it was a scene where when he went out there and talked to the people, and the guy said, I ain't get all dressed up enough, Elder. I am pumped for this. Like Paul said, I'm a slave to this. Elder, I ain't get all dressed up for nothing. I'm here. You got my leadership, my elders. And Elder, I would like to see if you could look at Revelations 11 and 18 and let us know when is that supposed to be a prophecy. And the water, Elder, all praise to a higher, but Messiah will walk a dash.
Well, before you go, I'll pull up Revelation 11 and 18.
Yes, sir.
So you're getting specific. You're saying, you're asking when.
Yes, sir.
And the nations were angry, and thy wrath is come, and the time of the dead that they should be judged, and that they should give reward unto the servants of the prophets and to the saints, and them that fear thy name, small, great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth. What are you asking here?
I'm asking, Elder, as far as because we know that juice was initiated, and we know that people are walking around today so angry, and it's like a coldness on so many souls you walk around, even trying to talk about Christ. So I'm asking, are we now in this Revelations as far as that?
When it says right here, and the nations were angry, and the time of the dead that they should be judged. Absolutely.
All praise.
You have people walking around, and these are those who've made those decisions and all that. And they're walking around, with an attitude, with a problem, to be triggered against the righteous. You're right.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. Bless you.
Yes, sir. Water. Yes, sir. Bless you.
Mm-hmm. I'll place you on hold.
Yes,
yeah, you got people running around mad for no reason. Right? And they have a reason, That juice has many, I would say, components to it. Right? That juice has many things to it. Amber Mathis. Okay. Amber Mathis. Amber Mathis.
Hi, Elder.
How you doing? Turn me off in the background, please, Amber.
Okay.
Am I turned off?
Hold on. Hi, Elder.
How you doing? Turn me off in the background, please. Yeah, just turn down the volume on your device.
Okay.
Right?
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. How are you, Amber?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm blessed by the Almighty. Talk to me.
So I'm so nervous. That's so crazy.
How old are you, Amber? How old are you?
I'm 23. I'm about to be 24 in March.
Okay. City and state. I mean, here it is. Nice young daughter of Zion, modest. I'm looking at you, your natural face, and that's what's going on right there. That's good. Okay.
Thank you.
Modest, humble. Don't let the world change you into anything different. You're doing good the way you are, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So talk to me, Amber. What city or state? Give me that again.
Currently, I'm in Mobile, Alabama. I'm in medical school, so sometimes it's a bit challenging
Taxing, yeah.
Yeah, and also on Sabbath when you were like they put our sisters in white coats and pat them on the head. I was like, dang.
Sister, that was generally speaking. I'm not speaking. Listen, if you got a job to do your job, but how did that make you feel? Why did you feel what? Ashamed? Is that
not necessarily ashamed, but I will say that what you say is true, because in medical school there's not many Black men that are accepted, mainly Black women. And so I do see that a lot.
And why do you think that is?
Honestly, I don't know. Most of the people that get accepted into the school that I'm in get accepted through a pipeline program. But now that they've done away with like affirmative action, there's not many people that will probably get accepted. So they're trying to move around and pivot to get more people in. Typically, each class is about 10% Black, and
the rest, everyone else.
Everyone else is probably majority white.
Asian.
We do have
East
some
Indian.
Asians, East Indians. Yes, sir.
And the Black man is extinct.
We have 2 Black men in our class of 77.
Of the nurses?
Of medical school. Okay,
medical school. Is that doctor, nurses, what?
Yes, sir. It's to become a doctor.
Okay, great. So you are actually in school to become a doctor?
Yes, sir. I'm a second-year medical student.
Well, sister, do your thing. Don't get frustrated. Don't
Yes, sir.
Don't worry about it. You're doing a good job. We need some people on the inside who can actually do what you do. Okay, you'll come in with the Most High training you for. I told my son the same thing. He says, "Dad," my son, he was in Penn State, and he was telling me, "Dad, they talking about some stuff about about Zoroastrian studies and all these other things." I'm like, "Son, listen, throw that crap out. Get what you need, because we're going to need your intellect and know-how on the other side of all of this. So just do that. You spit out the bones." I'm like,
Yes.
we're going to need the know-how of what you're doing here. It's going to help our people long term. So don't ever feel when I'm saying something, sister, that it's pertaining to you. And
Yes.
the example I can give you is when we read Exodus 1 and 17, right? When you read it, it tells us the plan of Pharaoh. 15, it says, "And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah." Right? And he said, "When you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women," focusing on the women now, "and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then you kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. Because women are more agreeable, and they can be what? You can bring forth a nation, your own race, through that woman, if you get rid of the men. 17, but the midwives feared God. Sister, that's you. That's you, right? But the midwives, you got more fear of God than you do of Pharaoh.
I really do.
Hey, there you go. And hey, that's why we need you exactly where you are. And did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but save the men, children alive. Well, sister, how can you save our brothers and sisters if you're not in position, in the room to save them?
Mm-hmm.
That's you right there. But go on. I'm going to let you flow now.
Okay.
And I hope this particular broadcast don't get in the way of what you're planning. I'm just gonna
No,
say.
it's okay because I've definitely heard what you said, and it is totally true. Like, I was in class today and we were learning about drugs, and every drug is a toxin. Every drug has a side effect. And
well, all I have to say is because of this platform, I have to say that as far as it's alleged, that's your, take on this. I'm a Bible man. And they said that they don't want me talking about anything medically to a degree where it shines some negative. Keep in mind, the majority of the advertisement comes up today, it's through some pharmaceutical. So, so the pharmaceuticals have a stronghold on these particular platforms. So just, but you're saying that a lot of things you've figured out, there's some toxins happening, but go on. That's what you said. Go ahead.
So, in my point of view, I've tried to learn more about what we're not taught, which is more like herbal medicine or like preventative medicine. That's really what I want to go into, and do like family medicine, learning how to take care of like kids to elders, things of that nature. Specifically preventative care because it's just too much. But currently, both my mother and father have passed away from cancer.
I'm so sorry.
And I've been in the truth for 1 year. I haven't been baptized yet, but I would really love to get baptized. There's really no body in Alabama, so probably the closest one is in Atlanta.
You in Mobile?
Yes.
Okay, we're setting up a church in Mobile, Alabama soon, but we will get you baptized before that. But there will be a church in Mobile soon. All right?
Okay.
Can you do me a favor, sister, and send your email? Go same thing, gatheringas1 @
Okay.
And sisters, with your expertise is needed. There's so many things I want to talk to you about, even the cancer side of things. I would like to discuss a few things with you.
Yes, sir. And also want to note, before I was aware of this truth, I did do a bad thing and I did receive the juice for the sake of, I thought I was doing right. My mom was alive at the time, so she was like, compromised. So I thought I was protecting her.
Well, don't feel no guilt on that. You don't know. The Bible says, in times past, he winked in our ignorance. You didn't know any better. Please don't put that on you. Please don't walk around. That's too heavy a burden. There's no way that burden can be satisfied if you're running around with that in your mind. That's not the reason I'm teaching, to put a burden on you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Nothing is your fault. It's all in the hands of the Most High. They're with the Most High, and you're working on this side to see him again. All right. Don't put that on you. It's too much.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the whole thing is have you felt a difference within yourself since making those choices? Or you feel fine?
I have. I feel like mentally, I probably went through a stage. I'm very self-aware, so I know when things are changing, when I feel like anxious or I'm starting to feel depressed. And so I remember you talking before about trying to, I guess, cleanse.
Well, okay. Well, sister, I can't talk too much about that right here because of this thing here. Are you on Patreon?
Yes.
Okay. Patreon, I'll bring you on and we'll discuss everything.
Okay.
This Friday, I'll bring you on first. We'll discuss everything. But in the meantime, send an email, gatheringas1, the number one at AOL.com, sister, so we can connect you with the body, help strengthen you, and know that you're not alone, sister. And I'm going to personally put out a prayer for you and help you through whatever choices you've made. Don't worry about it. I mean, I know right now you feel alone in this world, but sister, you have us. Okay?
Thank you.
All right? Bless you. This Friday, don't forget, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Amber. Bless you.
Thank you.
That's a blessed daughter of Zion. A blessed daughter of Zion. I think we need to, we're going to continue this conversation, pick it up from where we left off today. And we're going to continue this conversation going into Patreon. How has life changed since the pandemic? Part 2 on Patreon this coming. I'll start on YouTube and segue to Patreon this Friday. Stuart has a comment. Stuart.
Shalom, Elder.
How are you doing, Stuart? Shalom.
I'm doing good. Stuart's actually my last name. Kenneth is my first name.
How you doing, Ken?
I'm doing great, Elder. How about yourself?
I'm blessed by the Almighty.
Praise the Most High. The water to both you and Elder
thanks for
Loya.
asking.
Shalom, Elder Loya. I was just calling in to answer your questions.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it, Ken.
Okay.
There was a shock when it all happened, when after Trump brought up Fauci and then the world changed. What have you noticed since the world opened back up? And when it comes to choices, what would you do differently now if it happened again compared to the first time?
Okay, so let's dive in. So I'd say the biggest thing that I noticed since the pandemic was that the divide or the chasm between people that put their trust in the Most High and those that have made government their God has become much wider.
I've seen that.
And, on top of seeing more people from the other nations here within our society, more and more so, I've noticed that people are more willing to speak openly about what they put their trust in. So, like, if, for example, I bring up what I think my theory is behind on something, people are more willing to have that conversation than before.
Okay. Interesting.
And then secondly, to answer your second question, what I would do differently? Well, I wasn't even in the church when all of that went down.
Okay.
I came in about the end of 2021. So things had already kind of settled as far as all the mandates and everything. And what I would do differently is I will keep in mind a scripture that you and Elder Loya brought out one day, because it totally transformed my perspective about the whole thing. And this is the scripture. So it's when Yeshua was talking to Pilate, and he said, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it was, my servants would fight for me."
Mm.
And that impacted me so deeply, Elder, because at the time that all of this stuff had initially kicked off, I was leading a militia in Colorado.
That's deep.
And
you told me this before. I think you did tell me that before. Yeah, you did. Go on.
Yeah, we spoke over the phone about it a little bit.
Okay.
So I had, I didn't have that spirit of fear within me throughout all of it. I was still carrying on about my business and trying to encourage others with that spirit of strength and power and love, like doing so in a way where people felt, emboldened to go and speak their mind about how something was not lining up. Like, for example, when we saw, the whole thing with George Floyd, this was, when he died, that date was May 25th, which was several months after the pandemic had started.
Okay.
And I noticed how, like, even though I wasn't part of the church yet, I noticed how on the video there was nobody wearing masks at all. And this was right in the middle of when everyone was wearing masks.
Okay.
And so it just, things like that were firing off and letting me know that something's not right here. And I kept trying to search for the truth and encouraging people to not,
we don't give medical advice here. Maybe you need to go more into this doing Patreon, because I just really need to know, outside of just going through all these dynamics for the sake of preserving this particular platform, is what would you do different? That's why I aligned the question specific, so to stay away from a lot of those other dynamics that YouTube won't allow. Right? Like for instance, everyone else was going one way, and some people were influenced to do something against their conscience, being persuaded by other people. Right? Maybe if it happened again, they would stick with their conscience and stand 10 toes down, regardless of what people around them are saying. Like, that's a good example. One other thing I wanted to say real quick is the fact that what I noticed out of this, and I don't know if it's a direct effect from those who've been juiced, is that I've found that people that I've noticed, especially those who chose to do that, they lie with a straight face. I've noticed this. They lie without conscience. It's as if the same people that were pushing everyone else into getting it, right? It's as if they are ashamed at this point, now that they see how things unfolded, and will flat out lie concerning how they were operating during that time, or whether or not they actually chose to do that. You have people who did it, and they'll sit and lie in your face and say, "Oh no, I didn't take it." I noticed that. I noticed that people are they ashamed and are afraid to say that they made a mistake? And I'm talking about people everywhere are out straight lying. And you remember these people during that. And that's how you know it must be something psychological, because they are acting as if you didn't see them or hear them. They're acting as if you weren't there seeing these people lose their minds. And today they'll just look at you with a straight face. Oh, no, I didn't do it. That's what I'm noticing. I'm noticing that a lot of people have become just straight liars. Right? And on top of that, and I think some of that is out of shame. And they don't want to accept the guilt that comes with if they told someone else to do something who didn't make it. You see how I'm able to generally speak around it, but still you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
But that's what I noticed, brother. I noticed that it's a lot of liars came out of this. Because you look at them, oh, no, not me. Too. And I'm talking about people that are close to me. Family members. Come to find out, one person who lied and told me he wasn't doing it, he did 5 of them. Lord have mercy. But I digress.
Goodness gracious.
Bless you, my brother.
To answer your question, though, what I would do differently.
What would you do differently?
Instead of trying to encourage people about, I only brought up the militia thing, not to toot my own horn, but to give clarity to what I'm about to say. Because who am I? I'm nobody. But what I would do differently is I would tell people that, in the way that we can fight back is repenting and following the laws, statutes, and commandments that are in this book.
Exactly.
And by doing so, we'll experience the blessings that come with that. And we won't even have to fight in the physical.
You're right on, brother. I appreciate it. I bless you. Bless you. I want to show something real quick, if you don't mind. Thank you, brother. I'm going to place you on hold, okay, Stuart? You're right on.
The
Wada, he says he would be more vocal and tell people there's a judgment here. It's time to repent. Why are we more afraid of what the world is bringing forth and not the wrath of God? Okay, who has the power to kill what? Our soul and our spirit in hell. It seems like we have more fear of the Most High than we do. Now, we do the powers that be. I need y'all to see this real quick, folks. I need y'all to see this real quick because I'm going to show you how deep this is. There was a brother who called me in the midst of the pandemic, right? A brother, right? When I say a brother, he was Esau. He told me he was Esau, right? Now, listen, I have no problem with that. We teach all nations. But I'm going to show y'all, brothers and sisters, how the enemy can work. A brother called the church number out of nowhere and reached me and said, Elder Ricard Shiar, he says, I've been in this truth for a long time, and I know that we're at the end of this. And I've been watching you online for a while. I want to be baptized, right? I want to send some help to the church or whatever the case might be. And I'm like, brother, if you want to support the church, you can do that. It doesn't mean nothing to me, right? If you're going to do it, right? He says, but there's a lot going down and I want to leave. I want to go someplace, take my mother, probably go into the Fiji Islands, and I got somebody where I can negotiate a boat and maybe me and her can get off the boat and because they may shut the country down. I said, brother, I don't know who you are, right? I say, brother, I don't know who you are, right? But if you want to be baptized and operate the church, I got a brother, an elder named Elder Yarak in California. Listen. Okay, that's okay. Somebody, I said, I got a brother in California. Elder Yarack was in California at the time. He can baptize you if you would like to leave, before you leave, if you've been following us in the church. I have no problem with that, brother. I said, but as far as you getting on a ship with your mother, paying some pirates or something, I'm like, brother, first of all, you shouldn't be telling me this because I don't know what you were part of. And you need to leave your mother alone. You're a grown man. If you're going to do something, do it. But I wouldn't suggest you get up and go someplace, right? Then the brother called me. Elder Yarack calls me, right? Elder Yarack says, Elder, you sent the brother to be baptized? I said, yes. And he says, the brother's name is Matthew? I says, yes. He says there's this weird character who have Ahia tattooed on his head asking for baptism. Now, folks, if you think that's strange, you need to stick around for a second. I said, maybe, is that the brother I talk? I'm like, listen, send that brother somewhere else, right? You got to go somewhere else or whatever the case is, whatever. He can't be around us. Something is weird about this guy. Next thing you know, the brother called me a couple of weeks later and said, Elder, you need to get on board because the jab is the mark of the beast. And I said, brother, it's not the mark of the beast because you can still buy or sell without it. Now, as far as the church is concerned, we have scriptural protocol with exemptions against anything because we are naturalists and only believe in the laws of the Bible. And our bodies can only receive what's within the clean dietary laws. And that's our strict religious adherence. But brother, that's not the mark of the beast. This brother goes off on me. Right? He goes off. I'm like, brother, listen. He says, anything I've sent, brother, anything you send, you tell me what it is, and I will send it. The church administration to send it right back to you. Because what do you think you can't buy the elders to become a mouthpiece to teach your lessons. Okay? You can get your own YouTube page and teach whatever you're saying, but you can't pay me to become your mouthpiece, sir. Tell me how much you sent and it goes right back to you. And then he falls off the end of the earth, never hear from him. Why am I going into this? Then CNN, after almost 3-4 months, who is on CNN? And that's why you have to be very careful, brothers and sisters. Who is on CNN? Fair use.
We were out of town. We came back from Chicago. He was gone.
Abigail and John Danian haven't seen their son Isaac since September of 2020. That's when they say he ran off to Hawaii to follow his so-called guru.
I've known about the end times for many years.
Look at that.
That guru, Matthew Mello. He goes by the name Mordecai Eleazar on social media, including his YouTube channel, where he offers sermons about what he said.
Look at that, folks. A peace already was established to try to link us to this canned story right here. Now, suppose we would allow this guy to operate amongst our church, folks, and this is what happens, folks. Look at this canned story. Look.
Town. We came back from Chicago. He was gone.
Abigail and John Danian haven't seen their son Isaac since September of 2020. That's when they say he ran off to Hawaii to follow his so-called guru.
I've known about the end times for many years.
That guru, Matthew Mello. He goes by the name Mordecai Eleazar on social media, including his YouTube channel, where he offers sermons about what he said.
Folks, the infiltration is real. The infiltration is real. A lot of y'all don't even know that this Mordecai, he's one of the, I'm gonna tell you folks, usually when they looking to regentrify one of our neighborhoods, they send in a bunch of these hippies in first to do reconnaissance to see if they're able to survive amongst a violent environment. These are the guys they send in first. These hippies. Yeah, a straight setup. See that? Now, these are the things that I was balancing the whole time when things were shut down. I'm like, brother, you got the wrong one. He wanted me to get online and teach that was the mark of the beast. Folks. And now this canned story comes out where a guy ended up trying to run to Hawaii with him. Now suppose they could have attached the church to that. Elder Yarack. Don't forget, he was way in California somewhere. If somebody want to be baptized, we can't deny them water. But Yarack said some satanic weirdos is showing up. I'm like, man, listen, tell that brother all praises to whatever he's dealing with, that he can kick the proverbial rocks, because we don't want to be attached. There's so many things going on in the earth today. We have to steer our people directly, and we do not need distractions. So the Bible says you're not supposed to put marks on you, let alone on the top of your forehead. So right. So folks, it's real. Well, I apologize because we're so late, right? And maybe I can take one more for Zoom. I'm sorry I have to end the Skype right now. I got to end the blog talk, unfortunately, but if you're on Blog Talk, please call back Friday and we'll pick it up part 2.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio.
Because I would love to hear your testimonies, okay? And I'll take one more. Before Amaya Williams. I'll take one more. Hey, folks. These are the things I was dealing with. People coming out of the woodworks, all types of demons and all that. Now, all of a sudden, there's a canned story from CNN with this guy. Right? Right. Sister Amaya, how are you? Amaya. Amia or Amaya? Okay, we'll wait for your audio, sister. Hello? Your audio.
Yes, I'm here.
Sorry. How you doing, Amaya? You're the last Zoom video or the last contact on this topic for this evening. What say Shalom, sister? Where you from, Amaya?
Texas.
Oh, okay. What part of Texas? What city? What city?
Oh, I'm in Denison. I'm like about 70 miles from Dallas.
Oh, okay, great. All right. Now we all know we all went through it when all that happened and things were shut down. So I'm going to ask the same two questions. What did you notice differently after you came out of that, after they opened up the doors and said that we can all go out, like adults now? And what did you notice different? And second, what would you do different now if it happened, if that same rollout happened again? Right.
So what I noticed after we were able to come outside is what you said?
Yeah. Once they opened things up, what did you know was different? What was the difference between before they locked down after, before they locked down, the world was a certain type of place. What did you notice different when the world opened back up?
Well, people start going back to business as usual, as if it never happened. Some people seemed like they were woke at first, and when everything started opening back up, they forgot all about being woke. So that's the first thing I noticed, unless they took it serious like I did. The one thing that I would change is, at the time I was real hungry for the truth. I just started getting into the truth. So as I was learning, I was trying to basically force feed people. This time, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it anymore.
Okay, when you say force feed, you're trying to have them see the delusion.
Right.
And
right.
It only made things just more tenuous, more, the wall just became even more stoic and staunch. The more you spoke, the worse things became, right?
Right. They sort of kind of shunned me, or looked at me like I was crazy, wouldn't listen to what I was trying to tell them not to do. So, this time around, you're gonna let them do what they got to do. Right. And then the other thing I would change, which I've already started changing, is try to grow my own food, get my own animals. I actually moved out of the city in July to the country so that I could begin that journey. So those are the things.
Good for you. So that you're not at the behest of the markets and all that.
Right.
When if it rolls out again, you don't want to be caught blindsided looking for toilet paper and all these things. So if it's going to happen again, at least you can have some enlarged supply when it comes to toiletries, everything you would need in case of an emergency, so that you're not out, with the rest of the people scavenging for products. So it's preparation time. Good point.
And then one more thing I did notice about the change, I started seeing there was liquid coming out of the lights on the freeway. Like one night I was going through the freeway and I could see.
For real?
Yeah, on the freeway in Texas off of 75. I could see liquid coming down. It wasn't raining, but it was liquid coming down from the lights on each side.
Liquid? You sure that it wasn't after a rain or something?
It wasn't raining. The roads were dry. And it was about, I want to say 5, maybe 4:30 or 5 in the morning.
You sure it wasn't connotation?
And the reason I know that it was actually liquid coming down, like I said, the freeway was dry. But when I moved my car over to the right side of the lane, you could see the water coming down on my windshield.
And it looked like regular water.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was dark, so I couldn't tell whether it was regular water, but it was like a mist.
Oh, okay.
Do you know how when you used to? I don't know when you go to a theme park, there's like little areas that you can, if it's hot, there's little areas that mist comes down on you to kind of cool you off.
Oh, that's what it looked like.
That's what it looked like.
Interesting.
I wish I had taken a picture of it, but not in Texas on the freeway. You can't.
Okay. Well, I'm going to look into that and see if there's anything to it. Well, thank you, sister. Some weird stuff. I remember brothers and sisters calling me, telling me about these purple lights.
Oh yeah,
like infrared type of lights or something on the street lights on certain highways, and who knows? Maybe this is a way they're going to be able to tell who's juiced or whatever the case is. But we'll see. Well, thank you, sister. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. And I want to say about the academy. The academy was a big part of waking me up. So, whenever the pandemic happened, I got into the academy. It helped me understand the Bible a whole lot better. It helped me start making better decisions spiritually. So the academy has definitely been a plus then some.
Thank you. So that's one of those, during the pandemic, it was one of those, I would say out of the week, it was one of those days that could help you get through another week of some of all of the confusion that was going out there. It grounded you during an important time. All praises. Thank you, sister. So
thank you, the water.
I appreciate it. So I don't even have to ask you whether or not you're in this one, right? I'm sure you're in this one.
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely.
Thank you. Hey, I told y'all, folks, you may think the academy is one thing, but when you're in it, it's not only is it quite informative, it's the most fun that any of us have had in the Bible. I'm gonna tell you. Thank you, sister. Bless you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that concludes our lesson. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. We're going to pick this up part 2 because I need to hear your testimonies, because you're going to pick it up from the testimonies this coming Friday. Okay. We had them all lined up, way more in Zoom as well as Skype. We had too many to actually allow. Believe me, it was just too many. All right. And it'll be unfair to say, well, okay, let's go. It'll be 3 a.m. by the time I finish all these videos and audios that was up. So that tells me that part 2 is necessary. So keep your testimonies, folks. Don't forget, even if you need to look at this broadcast again tomorrow before Friday to give your testimony, do so. We need to know. We need to understand. So to help you through, if need be, maybe these conversations will allow us to do what? Knock things off of each other, because all of us had different experiences during the pandemic. So to help us get through the next one. With that, may the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. We are the children of Israel. In the name of Christ, we thank you all for your participation this evening. Stay prayed up, sin not. We will soon see Israel. Thank you, Other Lawyer.
When the rain falls down and storm clouds crowd around us, and when the darkness comes to steal my light, gotta shine my light, shine so bright, be strong in the Lord.
All right, there we go. Shalom, shalom. We should be good now. Just confirm if you can hear as well as see nice and clearly. And once you confirm, we'll get right into it. All right, the sound should be good now. Okay, some people are saying still no sound. Okay. All right, there we go. Loud and clear. Okay, so maybe just refresh. It should be good now. I should be coming through. So without further ado, let's get right into it. First and foremost, I want to give all praise and honor to the Most High Ahaya, Bahasham Yeshai Warawak, for allowing us to come before you for another Friday Patreon breakdown. As you can all see, I'm filling in currently for Elder Rakash Yar, who will be on tomorrow for the Sabbath lesson, if it be the Most High's will. But today I'm going to be filling in. And basically what we're doing is we're picking up where we left off this past Wednesday. As you all know, last Wednesday was a very powerful topic, very powerful discussion with a lot of wonderful testimonies from you all. When it comes to those testimonies, we all know that obviously there were a lot of brothers and sisters in the queue. We couldn't get to everyone's call. So we decided to extend Wednesday till today, Friday. So we want to make sure that if there was anyone who could not give their testimony this past Wednesday, you have the opportunity to do so today through Patreon. Also, obviously, through Patreon, there's going to be things that you could discuss a little bit more in depth that we probably could not and cannot discuss on this current platform. Right? So if there's anything from this Wednesday that you want to discuss, we'll open up the floor for it. But we also want to open up the floor for anyone who may have been in the academy, either this current academy or past academies, who would like to give a testimony of their experience. Is there anything that you learned in the academy that you did not know before the academy? Is there anything you learned in the academy that was life-changing, life-saving, right? Anything that you would like to discuss as it pertains to your experience, we're going to open up the floor for that as well. But before we do anything, since we're mentioning the academy, we'd like to make sure that you all are updated, right? Understanding that we are in a brand new Hebrew and Bible Academy, which began a few weeks ago. Currently, we're moving into week number 4, in which we're going to be breaking down who is Edom. We know there's a lot of philosophies, a lot of information, a lot of misinformation, and just different things you're going to find out there if you look into the biblical character known as Esau. Some people are going to tell you that Esau fell off the face of the earth, or that Esau disappeared during a specific point of time in history. Is that the case? Okay. Does Esau still exist? Meaning, when we say Esau, we know obviously the patriarch, the original Esau that was born of Isaac and Rebekah, obviously we know he's not roaming the earth. So when we say, is Esau still around? We're speaking about his descendants. Are there any true bloodline descendants of Esau roaming the earth at this current time? And if so, who are they? Does the Bible give us any information as it pertains to either archaeology, as it pertains to history, as it pertains to prophecy, or all of the above, that provides insight on the person of Esau? Well, we're going to discuss that in this week's Academy, dealing with who is Edom. Also, we can't forget that along with the Academy, we have the news segment with Elder Shapat, which is always keeping us abreast, keeping us updated on what's going on. Also, we have the Hebrew segment, which I believe, based on some of the feedback I've been receiving, has been a great experience thus far for the brothers and sisters who are a part of the Academy. The theme we wanted to incorporate for this particular round of the Academy, this particular goal that we have at the Academy, is Hebrew prayers. And what we've been doing is from week to week, we've been covering different Hebrew prayers. So we're going to continue on with that this coming Sunday in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. If you are interested, yes, we are still accepting enrollments. So if you want to enroll, you can go to historytimes.org. And again, that's historytimes.org. And all of the information you need is there in order to know exactly what to do in order to get into the Academy and have everything you need to join in this coming Sunday. All right. So getting into today's broadcast, as I mentioned, we're simply picking up from Wednesday. We're going to be filling out some of the calls that were not able to be addressed or answered due to time constraints. Again, the topic, has your life changed since the pandemic? And if so, how? Along with that, we have a few questions, the primary questions that we wanted to get answers from you all, just to kind of get your insight as to some of the things that you all experienced through this past few years, right? What changes have you witnessed personally since the pandemic, right? And by changes, we mean either financially, socially, how are people acting within society that you're personally witnessing, right? Politically, are you seeing any political changes, or have you seen any political changes since the pandemic. All of that and more. If there's anything you would like to discuss concerning that, we're going to open up the floor for it. Just to give time for more of the family to come in. What I'll do is I'll spend a little bit more time here just so that everyone knows that we're currently on and that we're about to transition both to Patreon as well as Blog Talk Radio. What I'll do, if anyone has a question or what have you, I'll answer maybe one question, then we'll transition over. When we transition, I don't want to keep it on. We're not going to make it a Q&A segment this time. Again, we have a topic of discussion that we want to try to focus on, right? So let's try our best to focus on the topic of, has your life changed since the pandemic, right? We want to try to keep it there as much as possible. But again, because we want to give opportunity for more to come in, we're going to stick around just for a few more minutes. And while we're waiting, we'll maybe answer one question. If anyone has a question, we'll pick a question and we'll answer as best as possible, right? After that, we'll transition over to both Patreon as well as Blog Talk Radio. And we're going to get some more of your testimonies. All right, we're going to get some more of your testimonies. All right. Again, if anyone has a question, we'll just open up for one question, just again, to give you guys some time or give others some time to come in and just to know that we're broadcasting at this time. If not, we'll transition straight over to Patreon. All right. Okay. Waiting to see if anything comes through. I know we're dealing with a bit of a delay. Let me just make sure that the chat is up to date. One moment. Looks like the chat wigged out. Let me check something real quick just to make sure you all are still with me. Let me check just one thing. All right, I see it now. Okay, the other chat I had up wigged out. So let me come here. Some people are saying that there is no sound. All right, one moment. Okay, it's all good. Okay, great. All right. Because I'm going in between two chats here. I'm getting two different feedbacks from both of the chats. So I just want to make sure everything is good. All right. Okay, so does anyone have any questions? If not, we'll jump straight over to the Patreon. We'll open up the Blog Talk. We'll get your testimonies and we'll call it a day. Right? For those who would like to call into the Blog Talk, the number is 515-605-9327. Again, 515-605-9327. Again, I'm still getting some mixed reviews here when it comes to the sound. Okay, it's clear. Okay. I still get a few people here and there saying they can't hear. All right. So we're all good there. All right. So if there's no questions, we'll jump straight over to the Patreon. We'll open it up where you all can call in. Right? Okay, good on the sound. Okay, great. Okay, someone asked, are we allowed to fast on the Sabbath if we are already in a fast? That's a question I believe I've answered. I believe we've answered in the past on multiple occasions, and the answer is yes. Okay? If you're already on a fast and you have pretty much decided that you're going to go past a period of either 7 days or the time that you chose to fast, let's say you started midweek, you're going to go maybe 3-4 days on the fast. If you decide to do so, yes, you can you can still go through on the Sabbath. Remember, Moses and Christ fasted 40 days and 40 nights. And they did that consecutively, right? Without any pauses. So the answer to that question is yes. Okay. Now, do we choose specifically? Do we, wait till the Sabbath comes and choose that day as a day to fast? No. Okay. That's a day in which you're supposed to be relieved of your burdens. However, if you're doing a consecutive fast for a certain amount of days, then yes, if the Sabbath comes up, you would continue your fast. All right, I'm here. I'm sad to hear that. Sorry to hear that, Sister Maria, about the flooding. All right. Okay, so with that, we're going to conclude here. We're going to take a few moments and transition over to the other side, dealing with the Patreon as well as the Blog Talk. Again, the number for Blog Talk is 515-605-9327. Again, 515-605-9327. All right. If you have any testimonies surrounding the pandemic, again, the questions are, what changes have you seen personally since the pandemic? Have you seen any changes since the pandemic? And secondly, what would you do different this time? Right? If that scenario was to present itself again, what would you personally do differently? Okay. Are we upon immediate judgment when we choose to be disobedient? Not necessarily. Okay. Not necessarily. There's mercy. There's grace. Not grace to be disobedient. Okay. Purposefully disobedient. But there is grace for someone to turn around, to turn to righteousness. Okay. Many of us live disobedient lives for the majority of our lives. And it's just recently that we've had the opportunity to turn to the faith, right? So, yes, you do have an opportunity to repent. But as the Bible says, the Most High will have mercy on whom he will have mercy. Some people are able to go a long time without anything happening to them, without any impending judgment. In fact, let me read that very quickly. All right, this will be the last thing before we transition, right? Just two quick scriptures. Someone asked, where is or when is the next baptism? That depends on where you are located, right? Each local area sets up baptisms according to, the time in which they have baptism. So you have to get in contact with your local area to figure out what's coming up as far as the baptism. Right? The baptism schedule. All right. So just two quick ones on that question. That is a very good question. All right. Is there immediate judgment when one turns to disobedience? Right? And the answer is no. All right. Let me pull this up very quickly. All right, we should be good now. Okay, so we're in the book of the Ecclesiastes of Solomon. Okay, the Ecclesiastes in the Bible, right? And as I was mentioning, this is the only thing we'll cover before transitioning. So soon after this, we'll go to the other side. All right, so it says here, because sentence, this is Ecclesiastes 8, verse 11. Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. So why are we going here? Because the Bible tells us that a sentence, meaning a judgment against an evil work, meaning against sin, is not executed speedily. Meaning, you're not going to be judged, in most cases, immediately after you commit an evil work, or immediately after you commit a sin. Right? Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily, therefore the hearts of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil. So because of that, meaning, because judgment does not come immediately against those who commit an evil work or against those who commit a sin, what happens is man's heart becomes hardened, right? It becomes recalcitrant against the Most High. Man becomes stiff-necked against the Most High, hard-headed and hard-hearted against the Most High. Why? Because they're not judged immediately for their sins. So what happens is they start sinning over and over again, believing that, well, nothing happened the first time. Let me do it again. Nothing happened the second time. Let me do it again. Nothing happened the 115th time. Let me do it again. Right? Mankind starts to adopt the mindset of what? None seeth me. Let me get that very quickly. In the book of, I want to say Sirach, the book of Sirach, in the Apocrypha, let me pull that up very quickly. Sirach in the Apocrypha. This is the mindset that men began to adopt. When I say men, I'm speaking of mankind, which also includes women, right? So this is the mindset that man adopts, right? Because a judgment is not immediately executed after one sins, right? Mankind starts to think like this. Okay? We're going to the book of Sirach 23, verse 8, where it says, here, Sirach 23. In fact, let's go to Sirach 23, verse number 16. It says, two sorts of men multiply sin, right? Which is the topic that we were just discussing, going back to Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 8, verse 11. The fact that mankind continually sins, he multiplies sins. He adds sin unto sin. Why? Because an execution or judgment against an evil work is not executed speedily, meaning immediately. Right? And the third, and I'm going to pull this all the way back to your question. The person that was asking the question, I'm just elaborating, but I'm going to get back to exactly what you were asking. Two sorts of men multiply sin, and the third will bring wrath. A hot mind is as a burning fire. It will never be quenched till it be consumed. A fornicator in the body of his flesh will never cease till he have kindled a fire. All bread is sweet to a whoremonger. He will not leave off till he die. Now, let me get straight to the point, right? This is the mindset that men begin to adopt because judgment does not come immediately. Verse 19. Such a man only feareth the eyes of men. In fact, let me jump up to verse 18. A man that breaketh wedlock, saying thus in his heart, who seeth me? This is the mindset that men adopt because judgment does not come speedily. They start to think that no one sees them. They start to think that they got away. Okay? They start to believe that they got away. Okay? Moving on, it says here, I'm compassed about with darkness, the walls cover me. Right? Meaning, I've done sin in secret, none seeth me. The walls cover my sin. And nobody seeth me, what need I to fear? So this is the mindset that men begin to adopt. Why? Because they're not judged immediately for their sins. They start to become hard-headed and hard-hearted. They start to think within themselves that none sees them. They start to think that they got away. Right? So then they start to say, well, what need do I fear? Why should I fear God if I'm allowed to sin, if I'm allowed to break his commandments and nothing happens? Right? The Most High will not remember my sins. And that's a mistake that mankind makes over and over again. They've been making this mistake since the beginning of time, believing that they're so small within his universe that God surely cannot be thinking about the sins that I commit. Well, you got people that bomb or do harmful things to countries. You got people who go out to battle, country against country, kingdom against kingdom. You have people who do harmful things to children, right? You have all of these mass atrocities going on in the earth. Surely the little thing that I do, the Most High doesn't consider with all the great things that go on in the earth. And believe it or not, to think so is a mistake. Okay? Okay, so you got it? All right. It says here, such a man only feareth the eyes of men and knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men and considering the most secret parts. Right? So the Most High sees everything, basically. That's what it's saying. Now, here's the flip side, right? The question initially was, are you judged immediately? I believe it was along the lines of, are you judged immediately once you become disobedient? And the answer is no. The Most High is merciful. The Most High is patient. The Most High is full of grace. Right? So even if one turns back to a life of disobedience, the Most High will still, in many degrees, be merciful. Right? Here's the kicker. Okay. Last scripture and we'll transition. One more scripture. There's another one, but for the sake of time, I'll just read this one for the sake of time. But there's another one in Peter, I believe, that discusses this same exact thing that I want to try to relay to you. But let me go here to Hebrews 6:4, where it says, for it is impossible for those who were once enlightened and have tasted of the heavenly gift and were partakers of the Holy Spirit. Let me see if it gives me the precept to that one. Okay. All right. So it says here, for it is impossible for those who were once enlightened and have tasted of the heavenly gift and were partakers of the Holy Spirit and have tasted the good word of God and the powers of the world to come, if they shall fall away, meaning if they shall turn to disobedience, right? To renew them again unto repentance, seeing they crucify to themselves the Son of God afresh and put him to an open shame. So this is the kicker. Now, there's another one that goes into this as well. I believe in the book of Peter. Again, I don't have time to look into it or look for it. But it says here that when you are enlightened, you've come into the faith, you've accepted Christ as your Lord and Savior, right? But you turn back to a life of disobedience. You do, as it says here, if you fall away, right? to renew them again unto repentance, seeing they crucify to themselves again the Son of God afresh. It's like you're crucifying Christ all over again, right? Christ have already come and died for your sins. You have already acknowledged your sins. And you made a covenant saying that I will no longer turn back to the man or woman that I once was. Because in order for me to be standing here today and to receive this enlightenment and to receive the gifts that come with this enlightenment, someone had to die for me. Right? It is by the crucifixion that I have life. Right? So if you are to turn back, go into the world, or go back into a life of disobedience, it's like you're crucifying Christ again. And it's like you're putting him to an open shame. Right? So that's why we must endure. Right? That's why we must press forward. And when you get the opportunity, read Sirach in the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus, the 2nd chapter, and that'll give you the insight of not only what to expect when you come into the faith, but also the importance of enduring in the faith. Right? Okay, somebody got it. 2 Peter 2:20. Let me pull that up very quickly. I'm just going to read it. Right? 2 Peter 2:20. And after this, we'll transition. Right? 2 Peter 2:20 and through 22. For if they have escaped the pollutions of the world through the knowledge of the Lord and Savior, Yeshua Mashiach, they are again entangled therein and overcome, and the latter end is worse with them than the beginning. Right? Exactly. Should a dog return back to its vomit? Right? For if, I'm going to read this again, for if they have escaped, and yes, we have escaped. Right? We were in danger. And believe it or not, we're still in danger. Every day we're in danger. Okay, when I say danger, I'm not talking about danger of the powers that be. I'm talking about the danger of turning back to who and what we were. That's the greatest danger we face every single day. So if they have escaped the pollutions of the world through the knowledge of the Lord and Savior, Yeshua Mashiach, or Jesus Christ, they are again entangled therein, meaning you get entangled, right, through the cares of this world, or whatever may draw you back into the pollutions of the world, and overcome. The latter end is worse with them than the beginning, as it is explained in the parable that Christ gave concerning the spirits, right? A man who is cleansed from spirits, and, the spirits lurk and they go through dry places seeking rest and find none. They come back to their original host. That host opens up the gate to allow those spirits back in. And the last state of that man becomes what? Worse than the first, right? That's exactly what Peter is explaining here, or very similar to what Peter is explaining here. Verse 21, for it had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness than after they have known it, to turn from the holy commandment delivered unto them. So the Bible says that it is better for you to not have known the truth, to not have come into the faith, than to have come into the faith and to go back into the pollutions of the world. Then, after that they have known it, to turn from the holy commandment delivered unto them. But it has happened unto them according to the true proverb, the dog is turned to his own vomit again, and the soul that was washed to her wallowing in the mire. Okay? Hopefully that answers your question. Now, at this time, we're going to transition over to Patreon. Again, we're going to be discussing how has life changed since the pandemic. If there was anyone who wanted to give a testimony this past Wednesday but was not able to due to the time constraint, we're going to open up Blog Talk in order for you to come on and give your testimony. Right? The call-in number is 515-605-9327. Again, 515-605-9327. Okay? All praises be to the Most High. All praises be to the Most High, Sister Joy I'm sorry, I'm going to mispronounce your name. Joy Arnla. Okay. All praise be to the Most High, sister. All right. So now at this time, we're going to transition over to the other side. Thank you all. Again, if you're interested in the Hebrew and Bible Academy, in which this week, this Sunday, we're going to be dealing with who is Edom. We're going to break that down with history, prophecy, so on and so forth. Okay. Everything you can mention, you name it, we're going to bring it out this coming Sunday on Edom. All right. So with that, I say bless you all and shalom.
Hey, we taking this one all the way up to the kingdom.
Gonna spread the gospel to the kingdom. Gonna travel away, we're going together.
If I had the chance to sit by Christ, I review my life, sit down and learn. If you have a seat for me, I'm headed where the table be. To learn as a babe while you cradle me. Sometimes I ask Christ if he'll pray with me. God drew me from the sin, the man he making me. Stepping toward the kingdom, never waiting in complacency. Traitor to this world, forever label me. When the Sabbath over, I cry, have to wait a week. But still gaining spiritually all the things that people won't see. I used to want a telescope so I can see your face in heaven. But it's best to wait and eat the bread and leaven with my brethren. It's so hard to be good and the people don't respect it. It's so hard when you do something good and miss the message. Alone I watch the clouds spread, thinking God, I'm God-led. I'm coming to your throne, I'm alone when you call me. Thanking you for saving me, in the mirror facing me. You're all I have, and all I ever wanna be. Spotted in my garments, it ain't something I can't wash away. Baptized from all of my sins to watch them wash away. Christ told me wake and watch and pray and do it every day. I'll meet you when the sun fade, and one day I'll travel away. And I travel away, and I travel away. God put me in his cherubim, we travel away. And we travel away, and we travel away. God put me in his cherubim, we travel away. The way, the truth, and the life in that Bible. Hoping that one day I can come and sit beside you. Here to sing and praise if you wondering what I do. Christ is that bridegroom, we all singing I do. Flying in between two angels' wings, I'm right beside you. Watching God glorify you, flying past the world's idols. David on the harp singing God, my God. Keep Christ in on my heart, I learn to drop my pride. Alone, I watch the clouds spread, thinking God, I'm God-led. I'm coming to your throne, I'm alone when you call me. Thanking you for saving me, create a brand new heart in me. You're all I have, and all I ever wanna be. Spotted in my garments, it ain't something I can't wash away. Baptized from all of my sins to watch them wash away. Christ told me wake and watch and pray and do it every day. I'll meet you when the sun fade, and one day I'll travel away. And I travel away, and I travel away. God put me in his cherubim,